we bunana we. O bada tango dia. Ba kosa priye. Nana we make me go back to I will like you, my father. No, nana we lege buy me no my party me buy out. Buy me no buy me yet.
And of course, the central theme of our engagement this moment is leadership. So perhaps she is guiding us into what we may frame as environmental leadership. We want to see more of environmental leadership take the course as we begin to move forward in making our case forward.
Don't just speak to any longer. You speak adulterated Ijaw. It's happening in the body and it's creeping into several places. If you go to the market in Ijaw, they speak Ijaw. If you go to the market in Yoruba land, they speak Yoruba language. If you go to the market in Igbo, they speak Igbo. Go to the market in any job community, they speak Ijaw.
In most places, I don't think that we have a filling station in Kola. Is there any? Is there a filling station in Opobo? So you can see that. So in most riverine places, there are no filling stations. Which means that even though you have an oil platform, you have a manifold, you have a well, and you have pipelines that take crude from your place, you are going to buy premium petroleum products at the highest cost in the universe.
The pollution that also arises from artisanal refining also occurred from the destruction of those refineries, in the sense that the Nigerian state, through its law enforcement, burnt up those refineries.
So let us use every platform, including today's platform, to call on the federal government of Nigeria to do its job of ensuring. I mean, not how many weeks ago, they arrested some people, NNPC, multiples of billions of dollars for turnaround maintenance or whatever. That's what they've been doing every season.
Drinkable water we don't have over the years. These people pick it from the river. We have river in the river. Why we take it? Let's source those kind of capacity and use it to solve our problem. There are a lot of other issues.
Going back to the federal government and making demands of this nature.
The diaspora is the only place where you can harass the president of Nigeria and nothing will happen. And until we organize ourselves in a manner where those key issues affecting our people back home, they face the embarrassment outside here, they will feel all is well. After all, the voices of our people have been quelled.
This gathering is wonderful and needs to be encouraged from all, with all the energy that the government.
My job is easy tonight. I just need to read the proclamation from the mayor of Houston, and I'll hand it over to the leaders over here. The convention will feature panel discussion, cultural exhibitions, youth engagement, programs and network forums designed to foster community development, global awareness, and economic partnership that benefits both local and international communities. And whereas the city of Houston proudly recognizes the Ijaw people's contribution to the city's cultural diversity and spirit of enterprise, acknowledge the Global Ijaw Convention.
Dangote of Pakama. How are they? They don't come to Roma. Kamaratara Lae. Ndogala. Mbana.
Such gathering is to stimulate awareness and begin conversation around that. And of course, the central theme of our engagement this moment is leadership. So perhaps she is guiding us into what we may frame as environmental leadership. We want to see more of environmental leadership take the course as we begin to move forward in making our case forward. The next panelist, who is also going to have about 5 minutes, will be probably dealing with cultural leadership. And he is His Royal Majesty King Sefa Koroye. The topic, of course, a line statement for me is that he should be guiding us to cultural leadership. Environmental leadership is a key component to leadership, but of course, cultural leadership for me is the foundation of all leadership. The values, the ethos, the thing that makes your dignity and your person before you even begin to think of environment, politics, and economics is your ability to define yourself as a rounded human being, and that is based on culture. So he's a literary critic, a seasoned academic in English and English and literary study, a veteran, and now retired of the University of Port Harcourt. He has edited several books, including Records of Genius, a book written in his retirement. He has been the executive chairman of the library board, former chairman of Sagbama local government, and a scholarship awarded of prestigious American John F. Kennedy Prize essay. King Koroye, King of Tarakiri and the culture connoisseur. Let us hear right now from the King as he guides us to stimulate us into discussing the relevance of cultural leadership as we move forward as Ijaw people. Thank you.
Well, it happens to be a delightful thing of record, I think, that we have here present. First person who spoke, my chairman and the fellow king, my Elsa. Second person who spoke, my younger sister, and also concerned in her own corner with very vital Niger Delta issues. Because ultimately, all Ijaw issues are Niger Delta issues. Because that is the terrain we, as my king first pointed out, we found ourselves at some remote past as our habitation. And we have been there and perfected the capacity for living in such an environment. And where we stand now in discussing matters today is that that environment, which wasn't, shall we say, the sort of thing you would clap, say, ah, God do us well here, has ended up being a huge oil and gas bearing terrain. And this is it. And that's why we're here. And as my friend, Mr. Kromiyama, pointed out, indirected me is to think, where do we take culture into this leadership issue? And yes, that's where we will spend about 5 minutes. I won't be long. I know. Culture is almost like a DNA that operates on all of us, in all of us. And every culture has neighbors, some of which may be hostile and some of which may be friendly, but it's got to interact with and negotiate its position vis-a-vis neighboring cultures as well. Now, I say, it's like the DNA thing. If you think of culture as something to preserve, preservation, which is the topic I've seen it here, we may be missing the point. Culture doesn't require us to preserve it, in the sense that whether we like it or not, it continues to step forward because it is dynamic. It is always in action, but it can be distorted or abused, and everyone knows instances of such behavior. In fact, I think Dakolo pointed out the manner in which we managed to, in the Ijaw land, turn our entirely female spiritual essence of Almighty God into a male one, all within the last few decades of our lives because of the intervention of Christian doctrines that tended to, from the Bible, think of and present God only as a male spirit. But it isn't what the Ijaw people knew God to be. But that's why I say it can be distorted. But luckily, the thing about the DNA thing I said is that whether you turn the thing into Tammy or whatever, it still ends up in the language of Tamara and Oni and so forth. And this is where the language issue is somewhere at the very core of culture, because it is perhaps the most efficient transmission means for cultural development and preservation. Without language, well, again, my friend pointed out the pigs. If you go after, they have a culture, so to speak, quote, but theirs is not dynamic in the sense of because they haven't got language. We use language and we gain a lot culturally from it. Now, let us more or less bring this to the issue that we can take away from discussion. What are the defining attributes of our culture as a Ijaw people? I said earlier that once we talk the Ijaw issue, we've got to also remember that it is a Niger Delta issue. Our neighbors may not share the same culture as us, because no two neighbors can have it. But it is the reality of water bodies in excess of the norm across the globe. That's what deltas are. They are wetlands and places of water bodies that exceed what you would consider to be the norm or average elsewhere. And that is why our culture, be it the intangible cultural heritage that UNESCO has defined some 10 years ago, or the tangible ones. The intangibles are those things to do with performance, storytelling, and so on. You will see that the rivers, the water bodies, are at the core of our cosmology and of our perception of who we are and where we are. And this is why every Ijaw community had the Secretary Polo, the Tombola, the amalgamatory, and so on, by the river. Because that's where, you might say, we interacted with our environment most seriously. And this is the very basis of the clans and kingdoms and the migrations that we went through and developed over the centuries. Because think of somebody who has to walk through mountains and forests to move to create a new settlement in a non-deltaic area, as compared to someone in a delta who, by the time he or she had developed the technology of canoe making, now had the capacity to move his entire family to another location without asking anyone's permission. In the forest, in our, we call it distant neighbors, think of carrying your cooking pots, your baggage, your tripod, and all these things. On the mission, say, I'm going to found a new village. It was easy to found new settlements in our environment. Why? Water bodies, rivers. Rivers. And so, when we think about Ijaw culture and look into the future and think of it as a necessary and concomitant thing to develop along with the challenge of leadership, we should think of it as the thing that we consider, and some have touched it as we're speaking here, cleansing our rivers. See, the waters are the places where we have our baths and clean ourselves. And so the sense of cleaning up, of ablutions, of spiritual renewal, we have the rivers and thank already. And so all of us know and are, I would say, experts in our cultures. Because even if we can't give a lecture on them, we live them. We live the culture. It is what gives us a sense of who we are. And in this particular little contribution I'm making is, we have to always think of where we are, not just who we are. Because the awareness of it is a critical element in the self-perception that will be genuine and can take us into the future with some more certainty. Leaders, well, we must say, must be not river worshippers. I'm not saying that at all. Almost, well, leave that. But the thing is that note that where we come from, and even the oil pollution is all this. You see, it is the location that produces oil that has all these means of carrying spills across large expanses within a short time without anybody even paying a kobo. Nobody pays for the pollution to spread. It just spreads because there is water, and water moves all of the time. So it's all true. Bini Kababa, Minji, whichever way we call it, the key thing is that water is an essential part of our identity, and we must never forget it. For a short talk like this, I thought I should focus on one item, apply a nail to his head if possible, and hammer him. Amen. I don't know.
Thank you very much, sir. As I listened to him, I felt as if I was in a classroom, again listening to a wonderful lecturer. We had, I think, Dakolo, a teacher that came down and spoke to us, and our prof, who came down and lectured us. And then to top it up, we had the Royal Highness, who had not forgotten where he started from. Oh, Royal Majesty, I'm sorry, who has come to express in a very articulate manner his feelings about this topic of culture. I can't wait to ask my questions, and I'm sure you're all very eager after listening to the three very eloquent and distinguished panelists. But we have one more panelist. It was Dr. Sam Jaja, DSSRS, the Balolo of Opobo Kingdom. Is a mentor, coach, father, elder statesman, politician, and a fine husband to his beautiful wife. Those were his own comments when I asked him for his citation. He wrote that. I didn't make it up. And I'll read it again. He's a very fine husband to his beautiful wife. Wow. He has trained many prominent men and women, and he's here to speak to us on this visionary leadership focused on sustainable development by judiciously managing resources and addressing the unique needs of the Ijaw people. Over to you, sir. You have 5 minutes to take us through.
Thank you very much. The moderator, I didn't make up that when I call it citation, I didn't make it up.
Is it true?
Yeah. Anyway, I'm Sam Jaja, or Sam Jaja.
Oh, sorry, sir.
I'm Sam Jaja. Yeah. And I obtained a PhD in public financial management over 3 decades ago from the University of Nigeria, Department of Public Administration Management. I was a retired civil servant, a director and the State Minister of Finance. I retired in the year 2000. That's the year I was appointed chairman of the University Independent Electoral Commission. The very first one. I served for 5 years, from 2000 to 2005. In 2002, I was elected a member of the Nigeria Football Association. And I served again for another 5 years. In 2004, I was elected president of the Nigeria Affairs Association, 2005 to 2006. In 2012, I was elected deputy national chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, when our son was the president of Nigeria. And that was 2012 to 2013. And 2012 to 2013, I was the chairman of Anambra Muriba Basin Development Authority. 2018 to 2023, just the immediate past chairman of the University of Abuja Teaching Hospital. All right. I'm asked to speak on the judicious management of resources to addressing the sustainable development needs of the Ijaw people. And you all know that visionary leadership is not about occupying public office or distributing resources. It is about seeing beyond the present. It is the real ability to anticipate the future and the needs of the generation while addressing the struggles of today. And that is what visionary leadership is. And a demonstration of that is what the father of the great Ijaw, Ijaw, and Ijaw, our progenitor, his father, King Adum, told him over 5,000 years ago. He asked him to go to the great Niger, occupy it, protect it, and if he doesn't do that, foreigners will go there and possess the land, and they will strengthen us. That was visionary leadership. He gave him 6 days to take up that responsibility, and in 6 days, Ijaw left and occupied the Niger Delta, and that is who we are today. They already had that vision that what is happening today will happen. Prince Ijaw came and protected those territories. And subsequently, those who came after him also tried to protect the territory. Our Royal Majesty talked about Danagogo, Ijaw. That was what they did. Sustaining that charge. But today, and civic identity, why it matters. A people disconnected from their history,
language and cultural identity cannot lead themselves confidently. Strategic action. Support Ijaw language curriculum in schools and cultural centers. Does it occur to us, like His Royal Majesty says, that we are losing out in our languages? If you go to my own place, we don't speak Ijaw any longer. We speak adulterated Ijaw. It's happening in Bubaraye, and it's creeping into several places. If you go to the market in Ijaw, they speak Ijaw. If you go to the market in Yoruba land, they speak Yoruba language. If you go to the market in Igbo, they speak Igbo. Go to the market in any Ijaw community, they speak Ijaw. Something should be done. Otherwise, we might lose that. Thank you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I think the panelists should talk to the people, and there are more to be gotten from them. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Our leader, Dr. Sansan Jaja. I want to bring our attention to something very fundamental about his sense of visionary leadership. In fact, I'm enforced by the idea that Ijaw was established with a sense of mission that was given by Adon to Ijaw to go and possess a territory, recognizing that in the future, that territory, if it is not possessed and managed in a particular way, will turn out to be. That is strategic vision. So that founding sense that our Ijaw identity and culture and essence was built on strategy. People who taught strategy and gave strategic mission to people who went to establish this thing should already be in our DNA, and it should be the reason why this should concern us. So I thought that was very important, and he pointed out that arising from this, what we have been doing is just advocacy. We have not gone beyond making advocacies around these issues, and so the idea of sustainability is critically lacking in the way even we carry on. And then I will add that in trying to tell us that it should be strategic, he said there should be a sense of strategic planning. We should have a strategic plan. 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and of course the INC knows that goes by when it comes to telling them where is the agenda. Must we go to press conferences? But this is a call to us. Why can't we have our own plan? Why should we? And advocacy itself cannot really be meaningful until there is a strategic plan around which you should advocate with. You should be able to go even locally in your local communities and families and initiate that and build the culture of strategic thinking. Even as the kids, if you come to the US here, kids are taught from the day go in their projects on how to think in that way. So generally they emerge to become strategic. So those are key things that I thought I should highlight before we move into the next sessions and so on and so forth. So right now we have a couple of questions already coming through. And I'd like to read. No, I mean we want them reading.
If you have any other questions, just put up your hands and they'll pick up the questions from you. What do you want? I beg your pardon? Questions. You have to write the questions down, give to the ladies, then we will get the panelists to respond to your question.
Okay, somebody has asked. No, you will. Yeah. Somebody has asked the question: can leaders of the various Ijaw groups give us guidance on what materials to read to give us an understanding of our culture, particularly in our WhatsApp group? I think that's the general sense in the question. I don't know who's going to answer that. Yeah, of course. The culture, people. What can we be pointed to read? this person is actually making a comment rather than a question. He says, why are we framing ourselves as minorities? Why don't we frame ourselves as the fourth largest ethnic group in Nigeria? And that becomes a way of seeing ourselves rather than the idea of minorities. I guess that's a comment that this person made rather than a question. So people can make such comments. So I'd like to... Yeah, I mean, culture. Okay.
Well, there are a lot of books that have been written by Ijaws, from poetry to prose. But in recent times, I've written 5 books. One of them is The Riddle of the Oil Thief, which if you read, you will be so much enjoyed that you even wonder. So the Riddle of the Oil Thief is there, Once the Soldier is there, and Pirates of the Gulf is there, and then the Kingfisher is there. There's one I've not mentioned. I don't think we should bother about that. But these 4, if you read them, you will be so enjoyed that you will wonder. So there are other ones, the ones that were written by Ijaw Okaba, those Call of the River Known, and those simple ones are there. But these ones are contemporary, that if you read them, you will become something else. I'm very sure of that. If you don't become something else, come and meet me for ₦1 million.
I think I can, let me use the word offer to send to the WhatsApp group through my daughter a list of some of the core books, especially about Ijaw and Ijaw identity and culture, so that those who are able can follow through and pick them to read.
Okay.
And make such a thing available.
You want to make a comment on books? Okay. I want to attest, in fact, there is a project to transform the riddles of the riddle of the Oil Thief to an epic movie that is going on. So those are fundamental books. They are contemporary. The reasons why those books are germane is that they are contemporary. But I will also ask people to read historic and literary books like Gabriel Okara's materials, J.P. Clark's books, and of course, historical materials. I don't think there is any place, nobody classes the work that Ijaw has done on Niger Delta. In fact, when his archaeological finds tells us that Ijaw predates the writing of the Bible 10,000 years ago. Your Bible talks about 6,000 years of existence. Ijaw, practical archaeological finds that have been dated tells you Ijaw is over 10,000 years in existence, probably senior to Adam of the Middle. So when you look at those facts, I mean, we are talking about scientific facts right now, you will then be proud, and your sense of Ijaw identity will awaken, because you locate yourself in a place where your sense of dignity begins to awaken and your sense of confidence. So let's give our time to reading, and perhaps as part of moving forward, INC of America should begin to develop programs around this type of ideas to make sure our television programs that are coming up, or media programs that are coming up, begin to engage in this type of things, where people can get active source to materials that will dignify them, that will awaken them from the mentalities that have emasculated us within the Nigerian and global community. Not just Nigeria, globally, we've lost our bite, the bite of our fathers who engaged the Europeans as equals. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Miyabi. He's trying to be another panelist when it comes to the question and answer section. Well, very quickly, we have 3 questions by Attorney Siminalayi, and the first is to the keynote speaker. Why can't the Ijaw language be taught in schools? Okay. Are you listening to? The second, I think, well, I was just reading the question and I wanted you to respond to that. The second question is to the to King Koroye is please remind us where we can find, to Professor. Please remind us where we can find the Bielsa's Governor's what? Report. The report that you mentioned. She gave the website.
It's available online. If you go to bielsacommission.org and you scroll through, you'll find the report. The report is titled An Environmental Genocide, the Cost of Big Oil in Bielsa State of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Say it again.
bielsacommission.org will take you to the page of the commission and the report is linked on there. The report itself is entitled An Environmental Genocide, Counting the Human and Environmental Cost of Oil in Bielsa, Nigeria.
Well, I must warn you all, if you read that report, you will get very, very upset. Very, very upset. And I beg your pardon.
No, is it only on Bielsa?
Yes, it was commissioned by the Bielsa State Government. Just on Bielsa, but it will upset you. But you can extrapolate that to the Niger Delta region. And I want to make a comment on this, because it's something that I'm very passionate about. It took a while, even after the commissioning. I had expected the Bielsa State Government to immediately begin to do something and make this a national issue. That did not happen. So it's not just enough to praise our government, which I do praise them for, because now we have facts on the table. So I praise them for that. But the work is not enough. You still need to go further to do something, to implement. This is a book we have that can stop Shell, Ijaw, or anybody from exploiting oil in our territory. And I have seen some kind of silence. So we please want to tell our government officials to look into this and not stop where they have stopped. They should please continue until all our lands are clean, please. Okay, other questions. BMA, you have another question?
What is INC plan of action with regards to leading strategic conversation required to drive change and development in the region? I think this question is already well dealt with. The question is for them anyway. The question is, what is INC's plan of action with regards to leading strategic conversation required to drive change and development in the region?
It looks omnibus anyway, because for every engagement it's about a plan. But to be very specific, we have adopted a paradigm shift from doing things the way we used to do them, talking about lamentation, protestation, to action. I want to assure us that the shift to constructive engagement is already yielding fruit. We have several platforms where we deal with specific issues. Our plan is to move from localization to internationalization, and also intellectualization too. To that end, the INC has put up a self-determination theme. The press conference that we addressed this evening or tomorrow will provide a background. We have some persons that will engage in organizations, some other organizations with similar objectives. As we speak, some ethnic nationalities have even written to me that they want to see me today. So what we're doing Yeah, they are here. Some of them are already here, say, knowing that the Ijaw people are here, because they have seen our position on most of these things. So it is plan, work plan, and all that. And for a discussion of this nature, I might not be go too specific. Thank you.
Yes, perhaps while you're holding that, sorry. This question is probably asking again, lack of synergy among Ijaw leaders is for me a main cause of our development in Ijaw land. How can this be addressed? What are plans to make connections in the
I think that assertion is very correct. And we have echoed and re-echoed this as a major challenge, particularly between the political class and the cultural class. The lack of synergy is so worrisome. I give you some few examples. We hold a program in Bayelsa, for instance. If the governor is not in attendance, you don't see anybody. You don't see anybody coming. And sometimes when we have issues maybe to interrogate some national concerns that affects us, like the PIA and some other at the point of advocacy and interaction, you find it difficult to get the buy-in of the political class. Sometimes you ask them, look, we have this sort of flow of Senate. What is your position? This is our position. Let's come together and work together. That will be pretty difficult. So, like I said, we have been bleeding. In fact, we made attempts in the past to deliberately call for such summits. In fact, the Anxiety Foundation, in collaboration with the INC last year, tried to organize something of this nature so that we can come to the round table, take the concerns of our people to the table and see how the political class and the cultural class, they talking about the traditional rulers and INC leadership, can sit down and do that. But it's like what concerns the people do not concern them. Again, by extension, it's like the INC is not too important to them because we don't have any contribution to their emergence as leaders. So that is unfortunate, but again, it's a reality all of us seated here must deal with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Well, this is from Dr. Danagogo. If we stop the artisanal refineries, what's the job replacement for our youths in the Niger Delta region? I think this can also be taken with this question, which is that the traditional rulers are not engaging the young people in their kingdom, who will be the next political leaders. How can we correct this kind of misnomer? So I'd like the king to please respond to that. You can take both at the same time.
Okay. In my case, I'm engaging the young people. Because I also look young, isn't it? Even though I'm 106 years old, I look young. And so I engage the young people often enough. So in my case, I do. And I don't know of other cases, but I think in most cases, the traditional rulers are available to interact with the young ones. And the truth is that if you are looking for knowledge, you should go to a school, isn't it? So if the traditional ruler has the knowledge, then you should be approaching him, and not him carrying his robe and coming to your small dens to want to come and have you educated. Okay. So that is that. But let me go to the artisanal thing. In most places, I don't think that we have a filling station in Kola. Is there any? Is there a filling station in Opobo? So you can see that. So in most riverine places in Niger Delta, there are no filling stations. Which means that even though you have an oil platform, you have a manifold, you have a well, and you have pipelines that take crude from your place, you are going to buy premium petroleum products at the highest cost in the universe. So the government's failure in making available petroleum resources for citizens is why there is artisanal refineries. So why are we not calling on the government of Nigeria to do their work? We are looking for a cheaper way out. If Nigeria is made to do its job, this thing will just disappear. And we'll get richer because you now buy things at a lower price, petroleum products at a lower price, and so everything will come down, and there will be a lot of things for people to do. So that is my take on that. Once petroleum products are made available properly everywhere, as it used to be, like in the 70s and perhaps 80s, until the refineries were deliberately destroyed, jobs and those alternatives will be available.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Can I say something? Yeah, talking about artisanal refineries. What is population? What is the population of people carrying on these activities? Very few. And what is the population of those suffering as a result of the pollution that is causing? The whole lot of us. So it is better to stop them by any means, so that our people will have meaningful way of livelihood. Our waters will be clean. The mangroves will start, come up again and start producing aqua lives. And when you begin to say, what will they do? How many people, what is number? Yet people are still doing something. So I think the earlier that stops, the better for our environment.
Sorry, can I just comment? Because that was something that we looked at in the Bayelsa State Oil Commission report. Artisanal refining is an environmental problem. But we again need to understand the socio-economic and political structures that sustains artisanal refining. The first victims of artisanal refining are the refiners themselves. So anybody driven, and they know it. So again, what you find is that a lot of the young people who are involved in this begin to develop serious illnesses very, very soon. So what drives a young man to engage in something that they know will kill them very quickly? That is a question that we need to ask and answer. The other thing we identified is that a lot of the pollution that also arises from artisanal refining also occurs from the destruction of those refineries, in the sense that the Nigerian state, through its law enforcement, burnt up those refineries, thereby releasing to the atmosphere carcinogens, huge pollutants. It was not dispersed, it was not dealt with in an environmentally sustainable manner. So what lesson is the Nigerian state teaching to the people who are involved in this activity? Thirdly, the youth in any country are the future of that country. Africa, which includes Bayelsa, is blessed in that 60% of the population is under 25, but there are no jobs. Across the globe, you will understand that if you do not have jobs, young people will go and find what they want to do. So it's one thing to say destroy it, leave them. If you destroy the artisanal refinery, they'll come and kill you. Or they'll find some other thing because they must eat. So until we begin to find out how we gainfully employ our young people, destroying artisanal refineries will not solve the problem of the Niger Delta. It will just become something else. So what we suggested, and I think it's partly what my king has also said, is that we need to think about how we sustainably employ these young people to refine crude. Refining crude is not so difficult if you have the investment and the processes in place to manage it. Why can't we do that in the Niger Delta? Part of the reason why artisanal refining subsists is that the Nigerian state has been unable to provide petroleum resources to the creeks. If you go into the grid, there are no petrol stations. Somebody has to supply them. If you do not supply them, then there is a market that sustains that economy. So the brutal use of destroying the refineries in and of themselves will not stop artisanal refining. We need to think about strategies, long-term and short-term, to address a range of issues which we identify in this report. Thank you.
Let me still speak on this refinery.
There's one, someone said the question while she was speaking.
While she's reading it,
yeah, so she wants to just, what's the alternative to what?
The alternative to artisanal refining?
Yes.
The alternative is finding ways in which we can create an industry for our young people to do what they are already learning to do. They are doing it by crude means. And to be honest with you, when refining first started in the United States, where oil was first discovered, those were the ways in which they were doing it. And then mechanisms were developed, new technologies were developed to do it in a better way. So if we want to gainfully employ the youth, and we cannot actually supply oil to the creeks, we have to provide industries around this. And it is not that very difficult to do, from my understanding, from the scientists who talk about this. You can find safer ways of doing this in the same way as you can do with artisanal mining.
Okay, so just to add, artisanal refineries or whatever will not stop if petroleum products are not made available everywhere. It means that, for instance, in today's press conference, the Ijaws should call on the federal government to do its job. It is its job to ensure that these things are available. We cannot be producing everything in this country, and then our area is completely neglected. You have policemen in Bayelsa State, they don't have boats. You have NDLA in Bayelsa State, they don't have boats. You have custom men in Bayelsa State, they don't have boats. You have soldiers in Bayelsa State, they don't have boats. You have road safety, there is no riverine security, and so on and so forth. So we are kept out. And this we have to find a way to emphasize in every opportunity. And once they do that, these other things will become natural. But until that is done, there is no way you are going to beat your son or daughter or cousin to stop doing what they are doing. So let us use every platform, including today's platform, to call on the federal government of Nigeria to do its job of ensuring. I mean, not how many weeks ago, they arrested some people, NNPC, multiples of billions of dollars for turnaround maintenance or whatever. That's what they've been doing every season. So I think that is a way forward. Once that is done, these other ones will take care of itself. Be it a normal refinery or whatever.
Thank you, sir. Last question we have today will be for King Koroye. How can we maintain our Ijaw originality when we are married to non-Ijaw people, especially our language?
Hello. This is very, very crucial question.
We should listen, please. This is very important.
This question, as they say in Nigeria, they touch. The reason is that, yes, we do have, within our culture, actually, a very high, let me call it, approval, very high approval for marrying across ethnic lines within the Ijaw culture. Nobody will want to frown upon it. They go marry outside and so on. So we do have nuclear families, especially now that we are almost 99% nuclear in our family structures. You have a situation where husband and wife are speaking, if they speak their languages at all, to start with different languages. How are children to be managed to learn both languages or one? My take is this, because I have seen my own Toruwa person, man and woman, married, and their children all born in Port Harcourt and Danagogo. And they don't, except for the majority of them don't know how to speak Ijaw. So it's not even about, say, you are married to non-Ijaw or to Ijaw. The truth is that if you are a woman married to who is Ijaw and you want your children, between you and your husband, you can teach, you speak. As you continue to speak, they pick up the language. They may not be fluent in it to start with, but they will capture the grammar and the basic vocabulary. I think once that is there, they can build on it later. But I agree, it's not something that you can easily legislate on to say your husband agree or your wife agree, but it is a problem. And the truth is that it is a problem not only in marriages, but even within Ijaw marriages. So there has to be more effort. Whoever is in that situation, if you settle on getting your child to learn to speak your language, there's no other way other than you're speaking it to the child. As Dakolo says, even in the womb, the child is learning a great deal from the mother. So, thank you. This is not terribly helpful, but I hope it's a realistic way of presenting the problem and finding a solution. Thank you.
Let me just add a bit. There is a community in Ogbia they call Oruma and the Belibri. There was a time when they were having problems. It's more like they were losing their identity. And so they had to legislate, so to speak, to say, okay, now, if you are at some level of relationship, like cousins at some level, will now marry. And so, yes, and so they started actually marrying. Because, I mean, it was like, if you are related in any way, like in Greek, there are communities that they call Organ Town, George Town, for instance. And so if you're a George, you're not supposed to marry George, you know. So when you do it that way, it will mean that you must go somewhere else. But this one, they saw a problem and they legislated, and then in the last several decades, they've overcome it. So sometimes it can be done deliberately instead of holding on to the other old belief, so to speak.
Thank you very much, sir. Well, I think we've...
You will have time to...
You will have time.
No, I just want to talk on this point. Just for
a minute to round up, so you can put that in your speech. Okay, because time is running out, we have to turn around this hall, and we've been here for quite a while. So what we're going to do is this: we have 3 speakers on the floor who we're going to give a minute each to give their comments. 1 minute each. And then we'll go to the high table, and the presenters, the 3 of them, will also have a minute each to round up. The keynote speaker will then, a lot of us were not here when he spoke, so we'd like to give him a few more minutes to give his closing remarks. I'm going to stop anybody. I know we are kings, but I'm the one in charge now. So when the time is up, it is up. I will go and buy my drink later on. Yeah. And then we'll have the governor round up with his closing remarks, the governor's representative. And that will be it for the evening. So please let's try and be timely and orderly. Yes, Chief Nabena, please, you have very brief comments to give.
Eyes on. Just only 2 areas I want to one. It's how to strengthen our traditional institution.
we have to have structures on ground for you to have a village, to have a town, and all of that. Number two, we have waters, rivers all over the place. Neither is the case, our means of transportation is affected, and also our land, by erosion, is being diminished. So we must support the dredging of our rivers. When we dredge those rivers, most of those waters that are causing so much loss will go right into the rivers and go right into the ocean. They can have land to say, yes, we are from this place, we are from that place. When you don't deal with that, these are things that the federal government, the state government, even the local government, because when the oil companies go to locations, they dredge their own respective roads, waterways, to get there. But what about the states? What about the federal? And whenever they want to do the dredging, what do? We need to oppose them. Now, we're supposed to have a ferry that will go through a waterway and carry 1,000 passengers at a time. By so doing, it becomes cheaper, isn't it? So we need to, first of all, make sure there is a community and there is a town, there is a nation that we are collaborating with. If we don't do that, our nation or communities will become thank you.
All protocols duly observed. I am Engineer Diri, Fellow of the Society of Engineers. We must realize that solution to the job problem, we already have it, but we are not dealing with it. We are always complaining, and we should stop the complaining. Chief Bubaraye, Isaac, and Dakolo, they were in the struggle that created River State. Politics, struggle, politics. The state was created, politics. We had Dakolo, we had Steve. They used political power to solve our problems. Schools, roads, light, interior villages. That was choosing politics to solve the problem. Here, we keep blaming the struggle platforms. These platforms have done their best. There is a disconnect between the platforms and the political class. You have people who don't even understand what the issues are. When you reach election, go collect more money from them, allow new fights to get into office. And then we are complaining, looking for federal government that will never come. If this South people they were complaining, we will have had this podium block ideas. It took the political power to solve the problem. The environmental report, coincidentally, I was commissioner for environment as it started in the last government. And I know where we're going to. Yes. My suggestion here is that while we commend the Bayelsa government for concluding that process, no Abuja will solve our problem. I've written this thing before. Use politics to solve the problem. The state assembly should set up the Bayelsa Protection Agency, Environmental Protection Agency. We will see whether they will enter this land, control as they like, without following the laws made by the state. Go to Lagos. I'm in the revenue sector. You can't touch the land in Lagos. If you like, come with your federal government rules. You follow the Lagos rules. Why are Ijaw Niger Delta states not also coming up with laws to determine how practices are done in their states? So, that's my suggestion. And before I finish, no, somebody talked about, no, hold on now, just a minute. I didn't fly all the way to come and be sitting down and writing this guy. Somebody talked about developing Bayelsa. Bayelsa has new university. Our Ijaw come and buy land, state government give them that place, so that Bayelsa should start building in that place.
Go ahead.
My big appeal to the Bayelsa government is this. Just now we were walking around and and let the political space be also given to you to contribute. So if we are looking for drinkable water we don't have over the years, these people pick it from the river. We have river in Ijaw. Why we Danagogo? Let's source those kind of capacity and use it to solve our problem. There are a whole lot of other issues, but our time too short. Thank you.
Good afternoon to the chair and to everyone. My name is Siminalayi. I serve as acting managing director of the NDDC. And I just wanted to make just one intervention, and this is actually an assignment for the INC. As acting managing director of the NDDC, I actually made a position paper available to the federal government asking for them to look at the issue of modular and cellular refineries, to deal with the matter of artisanal refining. And I made that intervention because it was clear to me that the Nigerian state was intentionally subjugating the people in the Niger Delta. The law, cadastral law of the federal government allows communities mine their solid minerals. And then you have a totally different law when it comes to oil and gas. All of them are extractive industries. And so I made that presentation, and I was glad that an attempt to start with low refining licensing happened, but it was an attempt. So I'd like to challenge the INC to do a bit more in terms of going back to the federal government and making demands of this nature. And there are so many other natures, so many other things. Now my final comment, and I will end with this, is that it's okay to say all of the things we said, but there's a key point which Dr. Santander raised and which I think we should think about. And that is how groups like Afenifere and Arewa actually intervene politically. What will the INC be doing in terms of trying to do this and become that voice that cannot be ignored? That's a matter that we need to talk about, and maybe I'll talk with the president outside here. Some strategic thinking in that regard is very critical. Otherwise, the truth is you can puff and blow, nothing will change.
Hi, sir. My name is Engineer Ijaw. The challenge is strong. We have been in this country for a long time. I studied here. We built Nigeria Energy. We have power in Nigeria. Why are we dealing with one house? Let's refineries. What are we doing with refineries? We go and look for something that is of no use for us. It's spoiling our life. We are sitting on gas. All we are sitting on gas. So gas is the cheapest, cleanest, easiest way to get power to our people. So if we set ourselves well, it's clean and we can do it. Diaspora here, we have the power, the firepower, and we are asking that let there be a synergy of all the people. We are calling around. There are people who have been here for donkey years, providing good places for good people. For any one of you that have been to Bani, our people have done it, and we can do it. We can replicate it. So what my answer is, it's not artisan refineries. Natural gas. Get power to the people so that we can industrialize the places. So what I ask on behalf of the diaspora here, technical people like me, people are ready to work and do something, just provide. Thank you, sir.
We will go to the closing phase of this by allowing our panelists to give us their concluding remarks, and we'll probably start with Aki Kinkoroe and then we'll move on to our sister Dr. Samson Jaja, then the keynote speaker, and of course we'll have the governor give us his own remarks and close. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. This is simply one or two sentences of commendation to IMC Americans. The planned acquisition and use of a building for the Ijaw Cultural Center here in Houston, I think deserves multiple applause, and we encourage that to happen. And let us say, from the home end, those of us who have any capacity to support, not just financially, but in many other moral and means, will be delighted to continue to be associated with this Ijaw Cultural Center, Houston. Ado, Bubaraye.
Thank you, everyone. I think perhaps in closing, I just want to say that the Bielsa Commission report highlights 10 key recommendations. Some of those recommendations can be implemented by Bielsa state government. Some will need the support of the federal government. But importantly, none of these will happen except the right voices continue to say the right things in the right places. We need every voice to amplify the need that is urgent, that is, as we called it, a genocide. It is killing our people. And I think unless we address the long-term historic issues, which cut across everything we have said, our politics, our culture, our family life, our health, we will not really take hold of all that we need to address within Bielsa. So please, let's all amplify the recommendations and let's work to ensure that what we can do, we do, and we continue to carry on that work, regardless of the challenges that we face.
I'm so passionate about this language. If you are from my own side, you know the pains we feel from speaking Ijaw, and yet we're Ijaw people. Somebody asked, is Fubara really an Ijaw? It's such a painful question. And the Bible tells us that which woman will lose a coin and wouldn't spend the whole time searching for that single coin when she had some other ones? Which man will have 1,000 sheep and lost one? Would you spend time looking for that 1,000 sheep? Your Majesty, the chairman of the Traditional Council rulers in Bielsa State.
Yes, please.
Sir, you said the language is being taught in schools. That's schools in Bielsa State. Go to Bob, nobody teaches language. Go to Bob, nobody teaches language. So I should think, sir, I don't know if you have the forum of Ijaw traditional rulers. If you don't, please, can you drag that? Just a forum of Ijaw traditional rulers, and then to impress on them the need for them to know that losing their language, losing their identity as Ijaw people. And INC impress on all their clans to teach Ijaw language in all their meetings, even if it is for 30 minutes. I'm so passionate about that. Thank
you. The last time I spoke, I was there, and I was energized. Now I'm sitting down, so it's going to be different from Bala Blue. But on language and culture, let me start from there. When I was a young man, I schooled at some stage in Okrika, and I read Tar Diri. So the Ijaws, you know, the elders, ensured that there were readers in Ijaw. language or dialect. So they did it and it was available. So here, Sam Chacha, yes. Now it is, the decisions are usually taken by the political class. So it is the government of Rivers State, for instance, that will say, okay, this thing should be read as one of the options in the primary school or secondary school, then it becomes a law, and then so it becomes doable. So now that Fubara is governor, I think that he could just do that. They people read the in their primary school, but in Opobo, you read the Diri, the version, the Opobo version, and so in a few years, can we have one house, please, secretary and whiskey? So that could be done. So the disconnect, we have to reconnect between the political class and the rest of us, so that these things can happen. They're existential. And my earlier talk, which was like the job question and the leadership imperative, lessons from past leaders, the Ijaw Nation Code of Ethics as a guide for transparency and participatory leadership is what I talked about. But the class was half full. Okay, now it is more. It was far less than this. So I said so many things, but I don't think there's time for all of that. But I left out Diaspora. It was listed, but I didn't talk much about Diaspora. Now the Diaspora owes the Ijaw Nation so much. Yes, because you are in a different culture where you've learned a lot of other things. So you have some more knowledge, so to speak, than us. So we have our knowledge, you have our knowledge plus this knowledge, so you have two. And most of the revolutions in this world are caused by diaspora people. Yes. So when you come with this double idea, you come home and you direct, things will happen for the better. Now, for instance, I mentioned that I have just taken Shell to court. Actually, I expected that my state will have taken Shell to court 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, a year ago. But the state hasn't. And I have 1,001 reasons why. Bayelsa State, the Niger Delta Ijaws, should sue these oil companies, every one of us. And if we had filed 1,000 suits against this oil company, I can tell you, our story will have since changed. Nobody listens to a gentleman. As you are listening to me, I believe you know I'm not a gentleman. I cannot be gentle. So you can't take me for granted if you meet me anywhere. So the diaspora should help. If diaspora is suing Shell on behalf of Opobo or Barantoro or Kabiama or anywhere, the sweet thing is that nobody can come and stop you. You understand? Nobody, you have immunity. But if some persons back home are doing it, political influence, this other influence, thuggery influence, all kinds of influences may play out. But here I can tell you that you can file it, and Houston is the headquarters by next OTC. I mean, there was one time someone was suggesting that the OTC here, one can bring a few copies of the riddle of the oil thief, even make a big one, and then have a stand just for people to come and get awareness. But I don't get money to come do that one. Okay? Yeah, so if the diaspora sees a need, if you read that book and you see the need for that, then we can discuss and then that can happen. So you may not need to wait for the state to do that. We could do that ourselves. I also need to commend. Now 5 minutes to give me now, just done 2.5 minutes. I want to commend the INC, and we should see how important the INC has been. Because until the early 90s, the Ijaw Nation was in fragments, where Ijaws even denied that they were Ijaws. Because there is so much strength in unity. So the INC in the early 90s, strong all of us, has knitted all of us together. And since then, we are working together as one, and we need to improve on that.
And once that is done, then you now see yourself as an Ijaw man, which means the Ijaw identity becomes strong. And when I talked about the women and grooming and all of that, and the groomed will become INC president, the groomed will become governor, the groomed will become legislator. If the grooming is not right, you have a hollow leader. Hollow, which means he doesn't know where you're going. So he's going to be going everywhere. Like one of our ministers that was of petroleum and did not empower any job person, as far as we know. I mean, were you empowered? So when you go and bring someone that doesn't know that the person is a job by default, the person will empower its enemies, feeling happy that the person has empowered somebody. This is the note on which I want to thank all of you and for this program. It's very fun.
Before we go to the IYC president, I have some information to give. And this is factual. It's based on what our king just mentioned. There is a judgment in a high court in Bayelsa State against the federal government of Nigeria and all the oil companies for exploring oil in that state. There is a sitting judgment given by the High Court. But as usual, nobody cares and they just ignore that judgment and move on. There is a judgment. The INC legal advisor is here. She will tell you more on that after the meeting. But there is a judgment. Some people took the federal government to court. We have two plaintiffs, one who is also a member of the INC NEC now, he wasn't then, and the Ijaw Women Connect person then, Rosemary, sued the federal government and got judgment. There is a judgment that has not been vacated. It's been appealed, but it's not been vacated against all the oil companies, from even going into giving out more licenses for oil, which the federal government ignored. So we can take this further from where we have started. Some people pay for that to happen, but it must be a collective effort from all of us. 1 minute and then we have the governor round.
Standing on the already established protocols, mine will come in the form of encouragement for our leaders here. So firstly, to emphasize the power of the diaspora relating and collaborating with the people back home. There's so much power made available if it is properly knitted together. What I can tell you for free is, if we consciously focus on few issues that are plaguing our people back home and driving, especially in environments where, just like the Majesty noted, you have immunity. The repression back home does not affect you. In fact, the diaspora is the only place where you can harass the president of Nigeria and nothing will happen. And until we organize ourselves in a manner where those key issues affecting our people back home, they face the embarrassment outside here, they will feel all is well. After all, the voices of our people have been quelled. Now, for the leaders here, one of the advice I will give before I leave is that this event, I would like to see more of young people who will learn from what we are discussing after today. Otherwise, when all of us gradually leave the stage, we may not have people who are conscious enough to understand where their parents are coming from and where they will go. So please, it is an appeal that as we get involved in these core issues that define our lives, let our young children be part of what we're discussing, so that tomorrow it will be easy.
Mr. President, this gathering is wonderful and needs to be encouraged from all, with all the energy that the government is. A family that does not call themselves to sit and discuss will lose their land. The parents, the children will not even know where their family land is. Most of us have lost it because we have not had the privilege and the opportunity to sit like this. I've sat and listened very keenly, and as the discussions grew, it tends to look as if we should not close this session anymore. But hitherto, because of time, we just have to. So it's to appreciate you all for
How are you? Snap us, so I just want to snap us. My king, well done. The council members, I'm not going to but I'm not going to sit down about bringing the ANC to Ghana.
After we have this session, right? Because I've seen
Thank you. Congratulations in advance. What will the election be?
Yes, it's important. That synergy is very important.
I'll witness it. From club to club, I'll be on my way to the airport.
Me, because it encourages the people.
Oh my dear sister, I'll mention the councilman. But he never hear me talk about you. Well, you don't understand. That is why I don't talk. Because if I check man, then you could see.
It's past the 2-minute hour mark, minutes. We are getting started. If I may have everyone's attention, good evening and welcome. I am honored to stand before you and to serve in this capacity with someone whose accomplishments, if I took the time to read it, will take hours, perhaps years. I promised you earlier today that I will give you a full background, within time restraint of course, of the wonderful MC that I get the honor of serving with. You may not know who she is, so let me give you some highlights. She served as a journalist for over 45 years. No, don't ask me her age, that's not respectful.
She is also a published author of children's book with a focus on love and affection between grandchildren and grandparents. She has served in many governmental capacities, to include the federal government, all in our wonderful country, the Federal Republic of Nigeria. She has served as many different TV production, published works. She's also served as a broadcaster. She has done so much, but in the interest of time, I can't go into all of her broadcasting. I do invite you to take the time to know what she has accomplished in our country. She also worked in theater. She also served in TV, like I said, in not just River State, so let's not keep her local. She also served in Lagos State. On a personal and sacred level, she has served in a religious capacity for over 17 years as the diocese communicator. She's also a mentor to youths and young adults. All of her works resulted in this wonderful title that I learned again, I reiterate, as to what it meant, the Dame. She was knighted 2 years ago as the Dame by the Bishop of Africa, River State, by the Blessed Virgin Female, not to mention that she's also a Rotarian. I am going to ask you to do me the honor of welcoming the one and only Dame Madeline Taylor!
Wow, you blow my mind. I was wondering, who is she talking about? Thank you so much, Nimi. That is wonderful of you. But you know, what she didn't tell you is that she is also an accomplished woman herself. Nimi Iyala Ipaye. She hails from Bakana, River State, Nigeria. Yes, she is an Ijaw woman. She is an attorney of law, and she has been an attorney, would you believe this, with her baby face for over 17 years. Thank you for applauding her. She has been the recipient of several awards, which also include the Greenock Memorial Award. But she's been a member of many organizations, and she has also served as a past division director for District 50 Toastmaster. So if you think she speaks very well, you know where she's getting her training from. Her favorite accomplishment is motherhood. Isn't that wonderful? Please welcome to the microphone Attorney Nimi Iyala Ipaye.
Thank you. At this time, we are going to proceed with our opening prayer to get us started. We are inviting Sir Clifford Enumba. Please proceed to get the mic for our opening prayers. Let's give him a round of applause as he walks up here. Thank you.
Sir Clifford Enumba came all the way from Canada. Please put your hands together for him.
Thank you very much, MC, His Royal Highnesses, the President of INC, the Chairman of INC, the Americas, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, please could we give reverence to God in any form or manner you like. And we bow our heads in prayer. Please, you may be upstanding. Please. Our God and our Father, we thank you for a day such as this. We thank you for bringing us together as a people of one nation, the Ijaw Nation. You have designed it that we shall be gathered together today for a common purpose, of which is the unity of the Ijaw Nation, the actualization of our existence. We pray you, O God, that your presence shall be with us in all our deliberations tonight, and that at the end of this event, those coming and those that will be leaving this city will do that safely to the praise of your holy name. Above all, bless our gathering today, that it will be fruitful, not only to us today, but to the Ijaw Nation yet unborn, that your name shall be glorified forever and ever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
And the people of God say, Amen. Thank you very much. God bless you. Please sit down. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to crave your indulgence for us to twist the program a little bit. We should be taking the national anthem right now, but I would request your indulgence to give us a few minutes to recognize those who are on the high table right now. Our former First Lady, who is also representing our former President, Goodluck Jonathan, I'm told is on her way. It will be more appropriate for her to be seated while we take the anthems. And so we're just going to run through those who are seated on the high table, so that when she comes, we'll take the national anthem and then we proceed from there. Please, I crave your indulgence. And to begin with that introduction, I'm going to just go from this point all the way down without any order of protocol right now, if you will please permit me. We have seated on the high table right now to my extreme right, we have the chairman, INC of the Americas, Mr. Kenneth Anga. Please put your hands together for him. Close to him, we have His Royal Highness Felix Brisbe Bob Nabena, the Amado Way of Adupu Community, Kabaway Kingdom. Kabaway Kingdom. Next to him is my own brother. He is not seated, not only in his own personal capacity, he is representing His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Dr. Siminalayi Fubara, GSSRS. Please appreciate our brother, Dr. Tammy Danagogo, DSSRS, the Secretary to the Rivers State Government. And next to him, of course, is our brother, who we all know very well, has been with us all day, all through the convention, High Chief Denzel Amagbe Kentabe. I said he is Denzel Washington. He said no, he's not. He is representing our keynote speaker, Dr. Ambassador, God knows, Balade Igali. And on the other extreme end, I do believe, is that my Honorable His Royal Majesty, King Bubaraye Dakolo, the chairman of the Bayelsa State Council of Traditional Rulers. Please appreciate him. I do know that we also have the mayor of Houston represented. Nemi, would you please tell us who he is?
Thank you. Because it's your house, we'll come to you last. Yes. At this time, if you may permit me, before I get to the mayoral candidate, it is my, the mayor's representative. It is my understanding that we have the Chief of Staff of the Government House for Bayelsa State, the Honorable Dr. Peter Ape and his wife, and that they are being invited to the high table. If you can please come up. Please, wow, we can do better, Let's try again. We're inviting the Chief of Staff of the Government House, State of Bayelsa, the Honorable Dr. Peter Ape and his wife to the high table. Because the hand of Jesus has got my bread. Emmanuel can't you butter my bread. When I remember my past, when I'm passing on the road, when I remember my past, right now I'm a celebrity. Do you know that God is God and God can never be a man? Do you know that that thing is so now the same thing where you go? Thank you, welcome. All right, at this time, I would like to invite the mayor's representative. He works for the city of Houston. One second. He's an oil and gas geologist with Schlumberger for over 20 years. He's taught in earth and space science. He also ran for the city council in 2019. He's a current international relations person for Wing Mayor from Houston. His name is the one and only Honorable Mr. K. Elebede, if we can have him to the high table. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please welcome in our midst our mother, the former First Lady of Rivers State, Dame Dr. You see, because she's my sister from Rivers State too, the former First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Please welcome Dame Dr. Patience Faka Jonathan. She's going to be received by our president, the INC Worldwide President, our President Professor Benjamin Ogele is welcoming our former First Lady, Dr. Patience Faka Jonathan. You're welcome, our mother. Now that she's seated, I would also like to inform you that she is really in a double capacity. She is also representing His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. How wonderful husband. That is not good enough. Don't we miss our former President, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan? Put your hands together resoundingly for him. Thank you. And now at this point, we would like to begin to take the national anthems. We will take the US national anthem first, and then we will take the Nigerian national anthem, and then the Ijaw anthem. So, Mr. DJ, I am told that this time you have the audio for the national anthem. Please, can we be upstanding for the United States national anthem? And if you don't have the program, you can also look on page 15. You can see the wordings there as well. Are we ready?
Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigeria's home and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle, and this we count as gain. To hang on to our children, a banner without stain. Oh, God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty.
Global Ijaw Convention. Your Excellencies, thank you very much. My job is easy tonight. I just need to read the proclamation from the Mayor of Houston, and I'll hand it over to the leaders over here. Global Ijaw Convention in Houston. Whereas the second Global Ijaw Convention will be held from July 4th to 6th, 2025 at the Houston Marriott Westgate, bringing together Ijaw sons and daughters from around the world to celebrate heritage, unity, and progress. And whereas the Ijaw community in Houston and across the United States represent a vibrant and growing segment of the Nigerian American diaspora, contributing significantly to business, education, energy, healthcare, culture, and civic life, particularly in the greater Houston area. And whereas the Global Ijaw Convention serves as a vital platform for cultural preservation, unity, and international collaboration, while strengthening the historical and socio-political ties between the Ijaw people and the broader African diaspora. And whereas this year's convention will be honored by the presence of Her Excellency, the Patience Jonathan, former First Leader of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and His Excellency Diri, Executive Governor of Bayelsa State, whose participation underscores the enduring connection between the Ijaw homeland and its diaspora. And whereas the convention will feature panel discussion, cultural exhibitions, youth engagement, programs and network forums designed to foster community development, global awareness, and economic partnership that benefits both local and international communities. And whereas the city of Houston proudly recognizes the Ijaw people's contribution to the city's cultural diversity and spirit of enterprise, acknowledge the Global Ijaw Convention as a meaningful celebration of heritage, unity, and empowerment, and extends a warm welcome to all attendees. Therefore, I, John Whitmire, the Mayor of the City of Houston, hereby proclaim July 5th, 2025 as Ijaw Convention Day. I'm going to present this on behalf of the Mayor to the leadership of Bayelsa State. Thank you, sir. Representing the Governor of Bayelsa State.
I stand here as the representative of my governor, Senator Douye Diri, to receive this monumental proclamation on behalf of the Ijaw Nation. Thank you, Mayor. We appreciate you for all you have done. Thank you.
My job is done. Thank you.
Let's give them all a round of applause. What a huge accomplishment. Thank you very much. At this time, I will invite my wonderful, beautiful, illustrious co-MC, the Dame, to continue with our program. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my darling sister. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that was indeed a wonderful, wonderful gesture. Can I ask you all to please one more time put your hands together for that proclamation. You can do better than that. Thank you all very much. We'll take a minute to do the photo ops. I think the representative of the governor of River State, you can join them, please. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I will ask you respectfully to focus on the screen at the far right on my far right at the end of the hall. Mr. Organizing Secretary, are you ready? Do we need to dim the lights a bit? Please, can we dim the lights a bit? Welcome, Her Excellency, Dame Dr. Patience Faka Jonathan, representing His Excellency, former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dr. Ogele Okaba Jonathan. Please welcome our mother, Dame Dr. Patience Faka Jonathan, to speak to us. Your Excellency. Please, can you put the lights back on? Can we please applaud her as she steps down? Thank you. Please turn the lights back on. Thank you.
His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, ably represented by his Chief of Staff, Dr. Peter. His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, and ably represented by my son, my brother, Tammy, Danagogo. You are welcome. Permit me to recognize our father, the President of INC worldwide, Professor Benjamin Ogele. Thank you so much. And the Chairman of Council of Traditional Rulers, Bayelsa State, you are not left out. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. May I also recognize the President of INC America, and also the Chairman of this great occasion. Thank you so much, Dr. Ken. I may also recognize Dr. Kevets and Jaja. Thank you so much for all of you for coming here. And my sisters, the women at the high table, you are not left out. Thank you so much. Permit me to recognize members of this committee that planned this great occasion that we are all gathered here today to witness. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, members of the press, you are not left out. Thank you so much. Let me thank the chairman and the entire team of the Ijaw National Congress of the America for inviting me as Mother of the Day for the second Global Convention of the Ijaw National Congress of the America, and as a recipient of the Ijaw Diaspora Goodwill Achievements Award. This global convention is an opportunity to gather Ijaw sons and daughters from around the world, including my humble self, to meet and deliberate on how to progressively develop the Ijaw Nation, the Niger Delta region, and Nigeria as a whole. I hope that the convention deliberations held earlier today has set a new agenda and a new narrative for the accumulated development of the Ijaw Nation. My dear husband, Dr. Dakolo Jonathan, GCFRO, GCON, who you all know is unavoidably absent. It is also an award recipient, the Ijaw Diaspora Lifetime Achievement Award. We are pleased that our contribution to service is still being appreciated by many. So, on behalf of my dear husband, thank you for honoring us. I know that awards and recognitions, whether at home or abroad, reassure the recipients that their contribution to the growth of society is well appreciated. But when giving this award also comes with expectations and responsibility. We are expected to do more in service, patriotism, and selflessness. So to all who have received awards today, I urge you to live up to expectation and continue to justify the honor given to you today. Let us continue to use our platform to advocate for peace, equity, justice, and unity. Let us pursue progressive dreams, visions, and aspirations that will bind us together and uplift the Ijaw Nation. As I conclude, let me add that the idea of establishing the iconic Ijaw Cultural Center is commendable. A center will showcase our culture and tradition is a legacy project that will benefit us and the younger generation in the diaspora. Once again, I thank the governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Douye Diri, and also the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi, Fubara. The Ijaw National Congress of the America, the Bayelsa State government, and all other partners of development who made this convention a success. May God bless the Ijaw Nation. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I thank you all, and may God bless all of us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, ma'am. Thank you and congratulations, ma'am. We love you very much. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please can you put your hands together one more time. We are now at just in case you're wondering, you did hear the former First Lady talk about awards and all of that. I want to believe that most of us have copies of the program, but just in case you don't have one, part of what we are doing this evening is present awards to distinguished sons and daughters of the Ijaw Nation. And of course, Her Excellency is on that list, and many others. The governor of River State is also there. Our kings are there, and other dignitaries are there. The list is on pages 18 and 19. In order not to get the awards responses late in the night, we've moved up Her Excellency's speech a little bit earlier. So that's that should explain when you're hearing awards and awards. The awards are there and the processes will begin. I think Nimi has something for us now.
Thank you very much. Awards are exciting. We get to recognize people who have worked hard to ensure the success of our organization. We will now take a quick break. I have some check in with you guys. Promises were made, I want to make sure we kept them. Please let me know with a yes, did you get the programs that were promised? Some additions to the high table, as well as to have an invited person to the high table. Can I please have your attention? Undivided attention, please. If you can please help me welcome, they are already seated at the high table, His Royal Majesty, King Sayefa Koroya and his beautiful bride. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. We would also like to invite to the high table Chief Balolo Dr. Sam Jaja, DSSRS, to our high table. If you're here, please, we welcome you to the high table. Requesting the presence of Chief Balolo Dr. Sam Jaja, DSSRS, to the high table. We'll give him a minute, and now we're going to have a tweak and an update to our program. Okay, the program is going to be modified as follows. We will continue with the awardees, but first, to follow protocol, our beautiful Dame talked to us about the exciting project ahead of you. In order to give you a visual, because sometimes visualization enables people to see what it is that is the vision and make that our reality. We have a brief presentation. It is not going to take more than 10 minutes. It's a presentation of the Ijaw Cultural Center, which you've heard about, not just this year, but also last year. We will tell you why this program, this cultural center must take place. But in case you need an appetite of what's to come, I will defer the mic to our current chair, whose vision and his team this Ijaw Cultural Center is. So if you can please help welcome back to the podium the one and only chair of our local chapter, Mr. Kenneth Anga.
Thank you very much. Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Last year, we initiated the Ijaw Cultural Center project that was accepted and encouraged by everybody that attended the first convention that we had. This year we plan to unveil it, and earlier on this afternoon, a very powerful delegation of representatives from here visited our proposed site. Today, I'm going to defer this microphone to the chairman of the Ijaw Cultural Center Committee, Dr. Siminalayi, and his team, who have been working very hard to see this project come through. So they will explain in, as briefly as possible what the project is about, what it will cost, and how we plan to accomplish it. But I would like to crave your indulgence, Excellencies, to introduce the people that I have worked with for the past 3 years. I was telling my vice chairman this morning that we have been married for 3 years and we did not divorce ourselves. So I'd like to invite up here for recognition Chief Pastor Jennifer Burrell. Please, can you come up for recognition? I would like to invite our Secretary, Professor Benjamin. Our Assistant Secretary, Ronald Ikukubo, is unfortunately in hospital. He would have been here with us today. Attorney Tammy, our legal advisor, who has worked assiduously in the past 3 years, please come up for recognition. Of course, our Publicity Secretary, Dr. Diri, who would take the mic after I'm finished. Please come up. Our Financial Secretary, Dr. Fubara. Our Auditor, Mr. Ebikeme Amafini. Please give me a round of applause. Our able Treasurer, Dr. Ariaye Icho. I took over from Mrs. Akamande. She was the interim chairman for 7 years. And last but not the least, our able organizing secretary, engineer, Isaac Tangod, who has made all this possible today. This is a team that has worked with me to make everything that we have done possible, and I want to express my appreciation that I hope you join me in doing so too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Cultural Center Committee, and we'll call the people who will assist him in making this very brief presentation. Thank you.
Eyes on. Eyes on. We can do better than this, my brothers and sisters. We've been fed by our people. And we've been given tea and water and everything to drink. Eyes on. Eyes on. Breathe, son. It's on to me. If you're proud to be an Ijaw sons and daughters, please happily praise the Ijaw. We should be proud of ourselves. We are the 4th largest tribe in Nigeria. If you don't blow your trumpet, nobody will blow it. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. All protocols observed. I am the chairman of the Ijaw Cultural Center Committee, and I want to announce my committee members. I will start from our lawyer here. Lawyer Nimi is one of the members. A round of applause for us, please. Yeah, we're coming up. Isaac Tangod, our engineer there, and the organizing secretary is also a member of the team. I have Andrew Isiai, is a member of the team as well. I have Andrew, are you here? It looks like Andrew is not here. Ebikeme Amafeni is also a member of the team. Ebikeme Amafeni, can you join us, please? I have Miyabi Kromia, a member of the team as well. Miyabi Kromia, are you here with us? I have our Honorable Chairman, Kenneth Anga, is also a member of the team. I have Elder A.B. Komonibo. Elder A.B. Komonibo, are you here? I guess some of our members are not here, but they were here earlier on. If you can take a look at the slide, we've worked tirelessly day and night. Every member of the team have been busy doing research, finding out one thing or the other. We even took a tour of the convention center today. This evening, we're pleading with all our Ijaw sons and brothers that we all put our mind, body, soul, and spirit, as well as our financial capacity, to see if we can come down with the down payment that we need to own the Ijaw Cultural Center. There's a lot of benefits in us owning the Ijaw Cultural Center. I'm pleading with every one of you, whatever you give doesn't go in vain. It's going to go a long way for us to put as down payment. The plan is for us to own the Ijaw Cultural Center. Those of you in the forum will probably see that the venue that we went and looked at today, not putting these people down, but that venue looked way more beautiful than this venue that we rented. And we can now own it by the contributions coming from every one of us here. Every little thing you put, like I said, is going to go a long way. So please do not hold back. You're doing this for yourself. And there's a lot of benefits that we can get from it as Ijaws. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to our honorable lawyer, Lawyer Nimi, to tell you guys the benefits that if we choose to buy it ourselves, if we come up with the contribution to buy it, what and how our high capacity members and brothers and sisters can benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your patience. I usually like to make light jokes, but when the matter is extremely serious, it is not a joking matter. This is not a joking matter. A few things about the center. I'm not going to be repetitive, nor will I be redundant. I'm going to straight shoot and tell you a quick dialogue, because sometimes if you can relate to one another, including myself, then you can share and join hands in making our vision a reality. I don't know much, I'm going to be frank, I don't know much about the beautiful heritage of the Ijaw Nation. Let me confess that. But when I learned just a little bit, it whetted my appetite and I wanted more. You can consider people like me a lost generation on the brink of extinction. And while that may seem like not a big deal, it's time for me to give you more details, maybe too much personal details. I am 46 years old, and I don't know anything about my heritage. To say that that's an embarrassment is an understatement. I chose to participate, not because I was mandated by anyone, but because I was scared. I'm a mother of 4 children. What do I tell them? When they ask me about their culture, is Pidgin English a verified language? Because that's all I know. Is that justified enough for me to claim that I'm Ijaw? Because I think we all speak Pidgin in the whole country. So I did research. I spoke to people. I introduced myself to committee members. And I wanted to do my part. So I reached out to our chair and I asked him, if I join this organization, what's in it for me and what can I give back? Through dialogues with many of you in this room, and thank you for all educating me, I came to learn that the only way to preserve our culture is not the way of old of storytelling, because YouTube is filled with so many wrong stories, you'll get lost. The idea of the cultural center will preserve our heritage. The idea of the cultural center will have artifacts. It will have historical stories that have been vetted, fact-checked. The idea of the cultural center will help people like me from falling off the crevice and not becoming extinct. I owe you and you owe me a partnership in ensuring that our cultural heritage continues. We cannot do this alone. This project is huge. Great things requires dedication. Great things require effort. What can I offer you as I stand here pleading with you to assist in preserving this heritage? For those of you who are interested in becoming part of something magnificent, monumental, extreme, if you are so willing, I don't want to get into politics. Let me be a lawyer. I now put on my lawyer hat. As an attorney, I did some research. My specialty is immigration. As mentioned earlier, I've done it for over 17 years as an attorney. Prior to that, I clerked and interned in an immigration law office. I cannot count that legally in the US, but suffice to say, I am well versed with over 25 plus years in the immigration field. Should you invest, there were 2 options presented to me, which I was aware of. On the committee, we worked together. One option is an E2 visa. It falls under the EB2. Those are investment visas. I do not recommend we go down this path. However, should someone here be willing to make this easy for the rest of us, the goal for the night to achieve that beauty is 20 million United States dollars. If you are so indulged and blessed, and you are willing to give 50% of that, just a mere $10 million, I will talk to you about the E2 visa requirements right now. Any show of hands as to who has $10 million, oh, you know what? That's embarrassing. If you want to be anonymous, you can see one of our wonderful team members, and I will personally sit with you for however. My apologies, I was getting ahead of myself. $8 million, is that better? So if you have $4 million, I will sit with you and tell you about this program because that's 50%, and 50% gives you a special fast track. However, Nigeria is not a treaty partner. So if you have citizenship in another country, let's talk. If your citizenship is strictly in Nigeria, then you cannot be a treaty member. What is it I'm alluding to? A path to citizenship. If you're interested in becoming a US citizen, yes, the US is still a great country, then you can invest 50% of your $4 million if you have citizenship elsewhere. If you don't, which I suspect many people don't, but I don't like assumptions, then let's talk about the EB-5 option. The EB-5 option requires an investment per person of either 800,000 United States dollars or $1,050,000. The distinction is the location of the center. For those of you that got an opportunity to go see the center, you know it's about 15 minutes from here. That means it's not rural. It's not way out in the boondocks. It's in the city. It's in a thriving location. Therefore, we must pay extra to invest. The investment requirements for us will be then $1,050,000 per person. Your investment must lead to the creation of 10 full-time U.S. jobs. Let me digress for 2 seconds. That's easy. The center is an event center. You're going to need wait staff. That alone is 10 jobs. Somebody has to manage the wait staff. There's got to be a licensed bartender. You make money that way. We will have no issue meeting that requirement. That's not for you to worry about. It's for us to worry about. Your job is to bring forth your idea, your funds, and we'll get you on the track to citizenship. In addition, it's not just you that benefits. Your family also benefits. We will also have to make sure, please, I'm just reading the law, I didn't write it, that the funds are from a lawful place. That's all I'm going to say to that because you're intelligent, you look elegant, you look wonderful, crime is not the topic of tonight. The next requirement for this investment, it must remain at risk. Again, I'm going to speak to this fact. At risk means at any time you may not get your investment back. Do not confuse that with your permanent residency track. That remains in place. As we speak, I'm part of a litigation where the investment fell flat, but they got their green card and they became citizen. Can you sue? You can, but again, it's at risk. So keep in mind if you're putting forth this money, the requirement is you may not see an investment. But please don't panic. It is an investment in an event center. It does have current income flow coming in, upwards of about 8,000 on Fridays, 10,000 on the weekend, Saturday, and then Sunday is not considered a weekend, about 8,000. They are exceeding their goals. Every weekend it's booked. So your investment should be, caveat, should be okay. I am not a financial advisor. I don't go where I am not authorized. Last but not the least, you cannot invest on behalf of somebody else. So I cannot put forth money on behalf of my uncle. It has to be me investing for me to get the benefit. Some additions to the high table, as well as to have an invited person to the high table. Can I please have your attention? Undivided attention, please. If you can please help me welcome, they are already seated at the high table, His Royal Majesty, King Sayefa Koroya and his beautiful bride. Let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you. We would also like to invite to the high table Chief Balolo Dr. Sam Jaja, DSSRS, to our high table. If you're here, please, we welcome you to the high table. Requesting the presence of Chief Balolo Dr. Sam Jaja, DSSRS, to the high table. We'll give him a minute, and now we're going to have a tweak and an update to our program. Okay, the program is going to be modified as follows. We will continue with the awardees, but first, to follow protocol, our beautiful Dame talked to us about the exciting project ahead of you. In order to give you a visual, because sometimes visualization enables people to see what it is that is the vision and make that our reality. We have a brief presentation. It is not going to take more than 10 minutes. It's a presentation of the Ijaw Cultural Center, which you've heard about not just this year, but also last year. We will tell you why this program, this cultural center must take place. But in case you need an appetite of what's to come, I will defer the mic to our current chair, whose vision and his team this Ijaw Cultural Center is. So if you can please help welcome back to the podium the one and only chair of our local chapter, Mr. Kenneth Anga.
Thank you very much. Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Last year, we initiated the Ijaw Cultural Center project that was accepted and encouraged by everybody that attended the first convention that we had. And this year we plan to unveil it, and earlier on this afternoon, a very powerful delegation of representatives from here visited our proposed site. Today, I'm going to defer this microphone to the chairman of the Ijaw Cultural Center Committee, Dr. Diri, and his team, who have been working very hard to see this project come through. So they will explain in, as briefly as possible what the project is about, what it will cost, and how we plan to accomplish it. But I would like to crave your indulgence, Excellencies, to introduce the people that I have worked with for the past 3 years. I was telling my vice chairman this morning that we have been married for 3 years and we did not divorce ourselves. So I'd like to invite up here for recognition Chief Pastor Jennifer Burrell. Please, can you come up for recognition? I would like to invite our Secretary, Professor Chris Sabili. Our Assistant Secretary, Ronald Ikukubo, is unfortunately in hospital. He would have been here with us today. Attorney Tammy, our legal advisor, who has worked assiduously in the past 3 years, please come up for recognition. Of course, our Publicity Secretary, Dr. Douye, who would take the mic after I'm finished. Please come up. Our Financial Secretary, Dr. Idefiri Fubara. Our Auditor, Mr. Ebikeme Amafini. Please give me a round of applause. Our able Treasurer, Dr. Ariaye Icho. I took over from Mrs. Akamande. She was the interim chairman for 7 years. And last but not the least, our able organizing secretary, engineer, Isaac Tangod, who has made all this possible today. This is a team that has worked with me to make everything that we have done possible, and I want to express my appreciation that have joined me in doing so too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll hand over the microphone now to the chairman of the Ijaw Cultural Center Committee, and he will call the people who will assist him in making this very brief presentation. Thank you.
Eyes on. Eyes on. We can do better than this, my brothers and sisters. We've been fed by our people. And we've been given tea and water and everything to drink. Eyes on. Eyes on. Breathe on. It's ultimate me. Is on. If you're proud to be an Ijaw sons and daughters, please happily praise the Ijaw. We should be proud of ourselves. We are the 4th largest tribe in Nigeria. If you don't blow your trumpet, nobody will blow it. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome. All protocols observed. I am the chairman of the Ijaw Cultural Center Committee, and I want to announce my committee members. I will start from our lawyer here. Lawyer Nimi is one of the members. A round of applause for us, please. Yeah, we're coming up. Isaac Tangod, our engineer there, and the organizing secretary is also a member of the team. I have Andrew Isiai, is a member of the team as well. I have Andrew, are you here? It looks like Andrew is not here. Ebikeme Amafeni is also a member of the team. Ebikeme Amafeni, can you join us, please? I have Miabie Kromia, a member of the team as well. Miabie Kromia, are you here with us? I have our Honorable Chairman, Kenneth Anga, is also a member of the team. I have Elder A.B. Komonibo. Elder A.B. Komonibo, are you here? I guess some of our members are not here, but they were here earlier on. If you can take a look at the slide, we've worked tirelessly day and night. Every member of the team have been busy doing research, finding out one thing or the other. We even took a tour of the convention center today. This evening, we're pleading with all our Ijaw sons and brothers that we all put our mind, body, soul, and spirit, as well as our financial capacity, to see if we can come down with the down payment that we need to own the Ijaw Cultural Center. There's a lot of benefits in us owning the Ijaw Cultural Center. I'm pleading with every one of you, whatever you give doesn't go in vain. It's going to go a long way for us to put as down payment. The plan is for us to own the Ijaw Cultural Center. Those of you in the forum will probably see that the venue that we went and looked at today, not putting these people down, but that venue looked way more beautiful than this venue that we rented. And we can now own it by the contributions coming from every one of us here. Every little thing you put, like I said, is going to go a long way. So please do not hold back. You're doing this for yourself. And there's a lot of benefits that we can get from it as Ijaws. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to our honorable lawyer, Lawyer Nimi, to tell you guys the benefits that if we choose to buy it ourselves, if we come up with the contribution to buy it, what and how our high capacity members and brothers and sisters can benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your patience. I usually like to make light jokes, but when the matter is extremely serious, it is not a joking matter. This is not a joking matter. A few things about the center. I'm not going to be repetitive, nor will I be redundant. I'm going to straight shoot and tell you a quick dialogue, because sometimes if you can relate to one another, including myself, then you can share and join hands in making our vision a reality. I don't know much, I'm going to be frank, I don't know much about the beautiful heritage of the Ijaw Nation. Let me confess that. But when I learned just a little bit, it whetted my appetite and I wanted more. You can consider people like me a lost generation on the brink of extinction. And while that may seem like not a big deal, it's time for me to give you more details, maybe too much personal details. I am 46 years old, and I don't know anything about my heritage. To say that that's an embarrassment is an understatement. I chose to participate, not because I was mandated by anyone, but because I was scared. I'm a mother of 4 children. What do I tell them? When they ask me about their culture, is Pidgin English a verified language? Because that's all I know. Is that justified enough for me to claim that I'm Ijaw? Because I think we all speak Pidgin in the whole country. So I did research. I spoke to people. I introduced myself to committee members. And I wanted to do my part. So I reached out to our chair and I asked him, if I join this organization, what's in it for me and what can I give back? Through dialogues with many of you in this room, and thank you for all educating me, I came to learn that the only way to preserve our culture is not the way of old, of storytelling. Because YouTube is filled with so many wrong stories, you'll get lost. The idea of the cultural center will preserve our heritage. The idea of the cultural center will have artifacts. It will have historical stories that have been vetted, fact-checked. The idea of the cultural center will help people like me from falling off the crevice and not becoming extinct. I owe you, and you owe me, a partnership in ensuring that our cultural heritage continues. We cannot do this alone. This project is huge. Great things requires dedication. Great things require effort. What can I offer you as I stand here pleading with you to assist in preserving this heritage? For those of you who are interested in becoming part of something magnificent, monumental, extreme, if you are so willing, I don't want to get into politics. Let me be a lawyer. I now put on my lawyer hat. As an attorney, I did some research. My specialty is immigration. As mentioned earlier, I've done it for over 17 years as an attorney. Prior to that, I clerked and interned in an immigration law office. I cannot count that legally in the US, but suffice to say, I am well versed with over 25 plus years in the immigration field. Should you invest, there were 2 options presented to me, which I was aware of. But the committee, we worked together. One option is an E2 visa. It falls under the EB2. Those are investment visas. I do not recommend we go down this path. However, should someone here be willing to make this easy for the rest of us, the goal for the night to achieve that beauty is 20 million United States dollars. If you are so indulged and blessed, and you are willing to give 50% of that, just a mere $10 million, I will talk to you about the E2 visa requirements right now. Any show of hands as to who has $10 million, oh, you know what? That's embarrassing. If you want to be anonymous, you can see one of our wonderful team members, and I will personally sit with you for however. My apologies, I was getting ahead of myself. $8 million, is that better? So if you have $4 million, I will sit with you and tell you about this program because that's 50%, and 50% gives you a special fast track. However, Nigeria is not a treaty partner. So if you have citizenship in another country, let's talk. If your citizenship is strictly in Nigeria, then you cannot be a treaty member. What is it I'm alluding to? A path to citizenship. If you're interested in becoming a US citizen, yes, the US is still a great country, then you can invest 50% of your $4 million if you have citizenship elsewhere. If you don't, which I suspect many people don't, but I don't like assumptions, then let's talk about the EB-5 option. The EB-5 option requires an investment per person of either 800,000 United States dollars or $1,050,000. The distinction is the location of the center. For those of you that got an opportunity to go see the center, you know it's about 15 minutes from here. That means it's not rural. It's not way out in the boondocks. It's in the city. It's in a thriving location. Therefore, we must pay extra to invest. The investment requirements for us will be then $1,050,000 per person. Your investment must lead to the creation of 10 full-time U.S. jobs. Let me digress for 2 seconds. That's easy. The center is an event center. You're going to need wait staff. That alone is 10 jobs. Somebody has to manage the wait staff. There's got to be a licensed bartender. You make money that way. We will have no issue meeting that requirement. That's not for you to worry about. It's for us to worry about. Your job is to bring forth your idea, your funds, and we'll get you on the track to citizenship. In addition, it's not just you that benefits. Your family also benefits. We will also have to make sure, please, I'm just reading the law, I didn't write it, that the funds are from a lawful place. That's all I'm going to say to that because you're intelligent, you look elegant, you look wonderful. Crime is not the topic of tonight. The next requirement for this investment, it must remain at risk. Again, I'm going to speak to this fact. At risk means at any time you may not get your investment back. Do not confuse that with your permanent residency track. That remains in place. As we speak, I'm part of a litigation where the investment fell flat, but they got their green card and they became citizen. Can you sue? You can, but again, it's at risk. So keep in mind, if you're putting forth this money, the requirement is you may not see an investment. But please don't panic. It is an investment in an event center. It does have current income flow coming in, upwards of about 8,000 on Fridays, 10,000 on the weekend, Saturday, and then Sunday is not considered a weekend, about 8,000. They are exceeding their goals. Every weekend it's booked. So your investment should be, caveat, should be okay. I am not a financial advisor. I don't go where I am not authorized. Last but not the least, you cannot invest on behalf of somebody else. So I cannot put forth money on behalf of my uncle. It has to be me investing for me to get the benefit.
Engineer Ebimoboba Komonibo. I am not in the committee. I am a resident of Houston. I've been here for over 20 years. In total, in the United States, I came to the United States in 1977 under the scholarship of J.T. Smith. It would have been one of the lost causes. But I went back to Nigeria, and as the rotating equipment engineer, we built the Nigeria LNG project. I'm a turbo machinery specialist. I don't know politics, but I'm madly in love with Ijaw Nation. I stand for truth. And today, we took some people, like in the Bible times, to see what I have seen, and I bring back the report of what we are seeing. God is my witness. We have been impoverished for a long time. As the fourth largest tribe in Ijaw land, who is the bread basket of the place, we have been washing our faces with spit by the riverside. Today, I come to plead with our nation. This is not about anybody but us. I come for peace, that we be united. And it's happening. But we have to tell the truth. We have to tell the truth. I think that it's time for us to pay back
For those of us who are here, for somebody like me, I wouldn't have had any opportunity of coming to America, but for what people did, and we need to pay back as my contribution coming to speak today, because I have been here, I see it, and I know that if we put our minds together, we can do it. We can do it. Now, I am a Christian, I'm a pastor. I preach the word of God, and on that I stand for truth. Stand for truth. I just want to highlight something. In the Bible, in Genesis, when the people wanted to build the Tower of Babel, they had a plan to stay together. Contrary to what God said, go and multiply and go all over the place. He said you're going to build a place. And God saw that their plan would work if they stayed together. But their plan was contrary to God's plan. So God garbled their language. So they could not understand themselves. I am an engineer, so I want to reverse engineer it. If unity can bring about progress, then disunity will bring this unprogressive attitude. So let's say we want to be united. That means that we have to speak one language. And I think that this cultural center, wherever it is going to bring us together. And as an engineer, I speak, we have to have an assembly place where we put ideas together over this whole place. I have been in this terrain for a long time. I went to school in Alabama, and if you go to Louisiana, you find that our terrain is close to that area. There are developers here. But like I say, like as an engineer, we don't just transport things over. We have to assemble them, put our peculiar input by our own people. Then we can now take it there and put this peculiarity that designs fit for purpose. So I see this center as a turnkey. With all the mathematics and writings done, we can start to use that place as quickly as possible. The time is of essence. I want to apologize to the generation that came after us. If we don't do anything, I'm a father of 4. My children are married. The children are growing up. They don't know how to speak our language. And we have to do something. And me, if I don't do anything, the reason nobody sent me, like I said, I'm not in the committee, but I'm an eyewitness, and I vouch for truth, and I tell the truth. It is possible. It's possible. And as a preacher, I also know that if we set our mind on doing it, we can do it. We have the money. We have the money, only that we have to decide to do it. So, without further ado, I'm not here to say, don't do this, don't this. I've told you what I saw. But I believe in one thing. When God said we should speak, we speak into the atmosphere. If you permit me, I don't have the money, I can do it by myself. That's why I'm a member of the INCA, and together we can do it. But I know that there is a God in heaven, He sees injustice. So we want to pray. If you don't mind, I want to declare that the Lord will provide us the money to get that center wherever we decide and do that which needs to be done. Bring your heart together. Put your mouth where your money is. Thank you very much. Let's pray. Father in heaven, I thank you for this graceful occasion. I thank you for these people of goodwill. Everybody has left their den and they've come for a platform. Father, I pray for peace. Father, I pray for integrity. What Ijaw stands for. Lord, I pray, oh God, in your mercy, look down from heaven. The earth is yours and the fullness thereof. If we, as his own people, the 4th largest tribe in Nigeria, are this way, you know the path forward. Father, Lord, I pray that you raise up people called the sons of Issachar, who knew the times, and they were able to advise Israel with path to go. You are the same God. On bended knees, my Father, I cry with this mouth that I pray, Lord, that you do that which you only can do. Give us a place. Let the money come out. Lord, that your name be glorified. We know it's not by power, it's not by might, but by your spirit. And Father, I dare to declare, you know the heart and intent of every person. And I pray in the name of Jesus, you scatter anything that is not for the common good of Ijaw people. That which has held us back, by fire, Lord, do it, O God. We give you glory and give you praise. We thank you for your mercy. We thank you for all that you've done for us. We are very grateful. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much, our elder. In everything that we do, and we call on the name of God, we know that He will come down and He will assist us. He will support us. He will bless us. You have heard a lot of information about this Ijaw Cultural Center. We were trying to play the video, but that will come as soon as we can get it rolling. So all of these wonderful things you've heard, we have to put our money where our mouth is. And that means that if we do not get our funds together, some of these dreams may elude us. But we also know that we're all passionate. We're all very excited that we, all our people, should benefit from this cultural center. And so this is the time we'll call on you to dig deep and make your contributions onto this project. We're not going to try to get anybody embarrassed. If you do feel that you want us to announce your donation, we will be glad to do so. But if you do feel that you want to be a silent donor and write the check with so many zeros, we are also game. So please start making the choice. I'm not sure if I can get any response from the high table yet, but I will get, we will get all the checks put together. And okay, all right. I have been, I need to clear my throat because when it comes to collecting money, I have to clear the throat very well. Your Excellency, I stand before you. Can I give you the microphone? Your Excellency, dear mother, on a piece, my own personal mama. Ijaw Kememia. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a critical moment and it's a decider for our future. I believe that you may not have all the billions to make a contribution. If the cost is okay, I thought you were giving me a sign. Okay. If the cost is 8 billion or $8 billion US,
8 million million, and you put in $1, what we are looking for is no more 8 million. And then you solve the problem. It's just by way of encouraging us. On my own, I will put my own little token. It may not be that big, because if you convert our earnings from naira to dollar, you know that calculation. I don't want to go there. And like I said in the morning, His Excellency is still on the way. You don't put on the cap on the shoulders or in the head. Is about to be available. But I believe that very strongly, as somebody that is passionate with this project, he is going to do something reasonable. So I rest my case on that. So I encourage you, because the place is too dull when the money issues were mentioned. So let's bring it alive and start throwing in because these projects, I think, must be achieved. Thank you.
You said the place is too dull, and then you clapped. You did not clap very loudly. Please clap very loudly so we can liven up the place. Thank you very much. We do know that at the inaugural convention, the governor of Bayelsa State did give his support for this project. And we know that he's a man who is a man of action. We know that even as we await him, he will do a lot more. So we appreciate that. We're here, we're not going anywhere. As soon as he comes, we'll take the microphone to him. Now, I want to take the microphone to my brother, Dr. Tammy Danagogo, representing the governor of Rivers State. Please put your hands together for my brother.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa, the representative, our mommy, the former First Lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Dame Dr. Mrs. Patience Jonathan. We call her mommy not just for the sake of the name, but because she's truly a mother. Some of us who were opportunity to work under the former president, those of us that I chose, she really was a model to us when she was there. Anytime I see our mommy, I remember when I got into the Federal Executive Council newly. Sometimes when you want to go and see the president, you are having challenges. So there was a challenge, and I was talking with her. She said, "Have you seen the president?" I said, "I've gone about 3 times, but the protocol, they're always giving me appointments." She said, "For what?" "Let's go there." She told them, "This is my minister. Anytime he wants to see my husband, make sure he sees him." And from that day, they were always giving me special treatment. But when I get there, they say, "Please allow him before." So we were grateful that you were indeed a mother. The President, INC, you are INC worldwide. and of course the President or Chairman INC America, Your Royal Majesty, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I bring you, I'm taking both the donation aspect and the goodwill message of my governor together. I bring you very warm felicitations of His Excellency Sir Siminalayi Fubara, the governor of Rivers State, who is unavoidably absent. He had actually planned to be with us, but due to the unexpected state of emergency, the suspension and the reconciliation, ongoing reconciliation efforts and other efforts that are ongoing, is unable to be here to personally receive this award and take part in these activities. But on his behalf, I am to receive the award and to thank you immensely, not just because of the award you are giving to him, but for the love, the support, and the effort the INC has made from the inception of his office up until when he started facing the travails. We are indeed grateful. We urge you to continue to do so, not only to him, but to any of our Ijaw sons, daughters in positions of leadership. Because your support means so much not only to him, but to all of us in Rivers State, and indeed to the entire Ijaw race. He had actually given me his speech, and I will try to take a part of it. It is with profound and enduring commitment to progress. The theme of this year's convention, effective leadership in the Ijaw Nation, is not only timely, but very essential. It is incumbent upon every Ijaw son and daughter, especially those of us privileged to serve in leadership positions, to lead with vision, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to the aspirations of our people. Our forebears did set remarkable examples, championing our collective interests, courage and conviction. While we honor their legacies, we must build upon them. Leadership in its truest form begins with vision. The time has come for the Ijaw Nation to articulate a clear, unified path forward, one that mobilizes every member of our community, our race, towards a shared future of prosperity and dignity. And I think the time is now, and your efforts at building a center for that purpose is indeed laudable. Regarding recent political developments in Rivers State, I am grateful for the unwavering support and encouragement of Ijaw sons and daughters across the world, many of whom are present here today. We remain confident that this challenging phase will soon pass. The road ahead is filled with promise. Let us stay united, peaceful, and focused, for what has not broken us will only make us stronger. Once again, I extend my sincere appreciation to the Ijaw National Congress of the Americas for this honor. I also congratulate you on the foundation laying of the Ijaw Cultural and Heritage Center here in Houston. This center will stand as a powerful symbol of our history, our values, and our global presence, a hub for preserving and celebrating Ijaw heritage for generations to come. With such an impressive gathering of distinguished leaders, professionals, and stakeholders, I am confident that this convention will generate meaningful ideas and strategies that will advance the Ijaw Nation and strengthen our collective resolve. On the donation, I wish you all a successful, impactful, and memorable convention. On the donation, just as my brother, the Chief of Staff, said, I know that if my boss, the governor, were here himself, he will do so much, because he is indeed very appreciative of the support of all the Ijaws across the nations of the world, and will always want to support every effort that will promote the Ijaw cause. But in his absence, I'll start believing that when he comes, he will build on what I will start with. So I will start, because just as my colleague said, they all seem to be very quiet. I don't know whether it is because of the issue of donation that is making it quiet, but I think it shouldn't be quiet. When my colleague was talking, some people whispered here that he should have said something, so that he should have mentioned something, so that people will know that the action has started. So maybe I will do so that we should know that something has started. So from my end, before my boss will come and do the icing on the cake, I'll make a pledge of $50,000.
That this is just him, you know. When the big fish comes, you know now, big man talk to big man, greater things will happen. We do appreciate you. I am not disappointed, because I know this is my brother. And by the way, if you did not know, I'm also from River State. So that is the way we do it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me also add to that donation that we have also had some additional donation before now. And not only did they do a donation, they have also been responsible for part of the sponsorship for this whole convention. The NDDC had previously given 20 million 20 million naira, like you said. But you know, in the spirit of persuasion, we can always talk about the other currency. So let us also appreciate the NDDC for that donation. Last year, the Minister for Petroleum Resources, the distinguished senator, he also gave a donation. I do know that his representative is here. He was here with us earlier on. I called him to the high table. Looks like he has stepped out, but perhaps he's also going to consult with his, now. When he comes out too, we shall be very happy. Let me also appreciate the governor of Bayelsa State. We know he's on his way, and we know that he's going to come with another donation. But that's not what I'm talking about. He has also been a major sponsor for what we're doing today. So please, let's put our hands together for the governor of Bayelsa State for sponsorship of this convention. But for the cultural center, you know that the Chief of Staff has already told us something. So we are also anticipating that. Before we continue, may I request our brother, Dr. Samson Jaja, DSSRS. We did call you earlier on. Please, we would like to see you on the high table. You know, when you are on the high table, you are closer to me, and when I turn like this, maybe something will also drop on the plate. And I know that, I do believe that some of our beautiful women are going round already, or they're about to go round the tables for any donations that will come from the floor. Now, I'm not going to insist to go one by one unless you call me. Is anybody calling me to come to get some donation? Anybody calling me from this side? I'm not, I don't mind if you call me, really, especially from this high table area. If you call me, I will answer you. Please, even if you don't call me, just write something and send it to me. So I am very, very anxious. Now, the high table, they are busy, they are writing checks. Don't worry about them. They are writing checks, I know. I know that they are committed Ijaw citizens, and they will ensure that this Ijaw Cultural Center becomes a standing, solid reality. Do I have any more donations from the floor? Please, whatever you have, let me have it. Please. DJ, you will play better music, that will make sure that, they can put their hands so well in their pockets, either bring out the, cash, or start writing the checks. Again, let us appreciate all those who have made donations to this cause. Your hands together for all our donors and our sponsors. I told you the other time that, you know, if he's closer to me, when I turn like this, I can, he can call me. And the Balulu, Dr. Sam Jaja, he has called me. He has made a cash donation. And I know that it's something that we need to appreciate him a lot for. Please put your hands together for Balulu. You see, my brothers, they never disappoint me. That is why I love all my brothers. They never disappoint me. This is another Rivers brothers, brother of mine. So let the cash keep flowing. Am I getting some more donations? Please, I have a donation that has been made already. I am trying to confirm more details about that. I know that let me see, I will get his name. I have a long he has been one of very, very supportive members, and he is the Chief Executive Officer and Corporate Managing Director of the Pipeline Infrastructure Nigeria Limited. He's a dynamic business strategist, and his career journey has been fueled by a deep-seated commitment to uplifting the communities in which his companies operate. While his foundation lies in the private sector, he has always recognized the indispensable role of collaboration between the public and private spheres in driving national progress. His approach to leadership in public administration has been guided by principles of accountability, transparency, and a steadfast commitment to the public group. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our donor, Mr. Osamo Okumbo, has previously given us a donation of $10,000. I'm not sure he didn't step out, but please, where I've been looking for him, where is he? Please, can you, with a wave of hand, or will you please step forward for a brief moment? Where are you, sir? Please. You want to say some few words? You know, some silent people, you know, they don't want to talk, but their money will talk. Maybe you want to increase, you want to bring more. Okay. Whatever you say, I'm game. If it's more dollars, I am ready. Please, let's put our hands together one more time for him. You know, you have to encourage our donors. You know, if you encourage him very well, maybe, you know, 10 can turn to 20 and, you know, we can continue like that. Thank you so much. Do I have more cash coming? Donation of $200 cash. Put your hands together for them. Ijaw Women Association, Ijaw Women of America, a pledge of $500. Rivers Men Association, $200 check. Calabaria War, $500 check.
Yes.
Ijaw International Alliance dollars, $300 check. And do I hear more dollars? I like to hear the sound of cash. So you are still writing checks. I don't mind. I'm very patient. I will wait for you to change the zeros. And that's your program. We have quite a number of awards, and I think we should start that off immediately. DJ, please play music for a few minutes. Let me do some consultation here.
Away, keep the information. You may need to reference it later. For everyone, we want to say thank you. Just a program update. Once the awardees have received the award, we will now transition to the goodwill messages, starting with our Mother of the Day, and then transitioning to other people that we have enlisted to do so. Thank you. One moment, please.
Thank you very much, Madam. And an anonymous donation also gave us another $100 cash. We have passed on the Zelle information, and please continue to do that. Now we are about to get into the award ceremony. May I request to assist us to kick off this part of the program, our dear brother, the representative of the Governor of Rivers State, my brother, Dr. Tammy Danagogo. Please, would you step forward to assist us with some of the awards. Thank you. Please put your hands together for him. Is going to be presented to our father, our leader, His Excellency Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, GCFR, the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and our dear mother, I know, will be willing to receive it on behalf of her dear husband. Let's put our hands together as she steps down.
On behalf of the INC America, I'm indeed humbled and honored to be given the privilege to present this award to my boss, my father, my leader, our former president, quintessential president, President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. Congratulations.
And of course, the next award goes to our mother, Her Excellency, Dame Dr. Patience Jonathan. Please do the honors.
Yet again, I am delighted. I'm happy to, on behalf of the INC America, and this award to my mother, Then Dr. Mrs. Patient General. Congratulations.
Is for His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Diri. May I please request the Chief of Staff to step forward to receive it.
Your Excellency, Governor of Bayelsa, ably represented by my brother, the Chief of Staff, on behalf of the IMC of the Americas, I present this award to the Governor of Bayelsa State, the Governor General, the Ijaw Nation. Congratulations.
Don't go. I have an assignment for you. Now, I would please request you to present the award to His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, Sir Dr. Siminalayi, Fubara, GSS, RS, and his representative is standing right before you.
This one is not retaliation. Well, on behalf of the INC Americans, I present this award to you. My own brother, Dr. Tammy Danagogo, representing a very, very indefatigable Governor, His Excellency Sir Dr. Siminalayi Fubara, GSSR.
Thank you very much, sir. You may take your seat. No, I'm not done with you yet, sir. It's a long time I've seen my brother. I have to insist that you assist us very well. This next award is for His Royal Majesty, King Bubaraye Dakolo, Chairman Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers Council. Your Majesty, sir, please step forward. Your Majesty, I did not command you. You know, you said, now what could you do?
Your Royal Majesty, sir, on behalf of the INC of the Americas, I present to our illustrious traditional ruler and medical doctor, the chairman of Bayelsa State Traditional Rulers Council, His Royal Majesty King Bubaraye Dakolo, this award for community impact and advocacy. Congratulations, Your Royal Majesty.
From one majesty to another. His Royal Majesty, King Seifa Akoroye, the Pere of Tarakiri Kingdom. Your Majesty, sir, please step forward to receive your award.
Your Royal Majesty, on behalf of the Ijaw National Congress, the Americas, I present to you this award for community impact and advocacy. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, my brother. You know, as we say back home, you've been doing a wonderful job, and the reward for good work is more work. This award is for Senator Hannington Bubaraye, the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. I know his representative is here. Please step forward to receive this award. The representative of the Honorable Minister for Petroleum Resources. Are you here? Please step forward. I do believe his brother, somebody is here. Where is the okay, there he is. That's Samuel Ubuku, and it will be received on his behalf by Engineer Lidens Eradiri. Please, Engineer Eradiri, step forward.
It was a sectoral leadership award, sectoral leadership recognition. On behalf of the INC America, I present this award to you, Chief Dr. Samuel Oku, PhD, MD, NDDC.
No, don't go anywhere. You have an award too. May I please request you, Your Majesty, to present his award to him.
On behalf of INC, as the Ijaw National Congress of the Americas, I hand you Engineer Dens Eradiri, Fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers, Community Impact and Advocacy Award. Congratulations.
Thank you. I hear that some more cash will come in from NDDC, so please don't mind me. I will need to give him this microphone to talk.
Anyway, I want to thank the INC, national as well as America, for these awards. I've received on behalf of the MD of NDDC this award. Earlier on, they talked about his contribution. That contribution actually was from him, Dr. Sammy Obuku. I'm sure that as NDDC, what we have seen here today, especially the Ijaw Cultural Center, will be related to him, and then we will speak the language properly so that the support will come. So I want to thank you and say, for the award I received, thank you very much. This is another catalyst in order for us to propel the issues that concern our Ijaw nation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that promise. I know that when big man talks to big man, big things will happen. Your Majesty, another award for our brother, Sir Jonathan Lokobri, the IYC President. Please step forward.
On behalf of the Ijaw National Congress of the Americas, I hand you Sir Jonathan Lokobri, IYC President, Community Impact and Advocacy Award. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Another award for Chief Ken Etete, the MD Century Group Limited. Are you here? Or your representative? Chief Ken Etete. Okay, if he's not here, we move to the next one. Chief Dr. Dennis Otaro, Administrator PA. Are you here? Is his representative here or is here? Okay, you will take on his behalf. Okay.
Okay, this is a sectoral leadership recognition to Chief Dr. Dennis P. Otaro from INC Americas. Congratulations.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Can we collectively congratulate all the awardees? We have a few more awards, but those ones I think we can handle as we go along. But I think that we should appreciate all the awardees. It is not easy to get, to be rewarded for community service. Please put your hands together resoundingly. I don't think that's Thank you. And to speak on behalf of all the awardees, I'd like to request our mother again. Please don't mind us. When we see you, we love you so much that we worry you over and over again. Please, ma'am, I would like you to please speak a few words on behalf of the awardees. Yes, ma'am. Let's put our hands together one more time for our mother. When we call her mother, like my brother said, she's my mommy. I think you can stay there. I think you can stay there. So we don't.
His Excellency, the Governor of Bayelsa State, ably represented by the Chief of Staff, and His Excellency, the Governor of Rivers State, ably represented by the Secretary to Rivers State Government. Permit me to specially recognize His Royal Majesty's that are here, and Dr. Mrs. Koroye and Chief Koroye, you are not left out. And my dear brother Samson Jaja, thank you for coming. And my husband brother and my own brother Etebe, thank you so much. My mission is quite simple. It's just to appreciate the president and the chairman of INC in America for all behalf of the awardees that they have recognized all of us tonight. We are so grateful. We appreciate on behalf of the awardees. I am appreciating the planning committee and all those people that has made today a reality. Thank you so much for the award that you people gave to us. But let me also use this opportunity to say one or two things that I observe here. As your mother, at the same time, and the former First Lady of Federal Republic of Nigeria, if I observe one or two things, I have to say something. We, the Ijaw people, we are here to make sure that our dream is realized. Our dream is the project that we have come to witness, so make sure it comes to reality, and the job is hard all over the world. That's why we all gather here today. I am quite sure that the Ijaw people, the INC, we did not come here together to circulate what is not true and what is not reality. We are here for the project. We are not here for politics. We are not here for politics. So all political parties are from Ijaw. We are all here together. We are all here in one unity, in one love, and in peace. That's why we are here. If anybody has personal problem, I think the person can say it, but not using the whole Ijaw people to actualize his dream. It's not why we are here. There is some of us. Why I'm saying this is that because some people are here from the place, from here to Nigeria is far, far down there. I spent about 10 hours coming here, and it's more than that even coming here. So there is some of us here that has never been to Nigeria for over 10 years. There is some of us that have never been to Nigeria for even over 15 years. And it's not good for people to carry bad impression down here. Let us don't talk bad about our country. Let us don't talk bad about our region. We must make sure what we are saying is true before you say it out. I know that the NDDC is working on East-West Road, and Ministry of Transport is also working, and Works is also working on East-West Road. If you go to East-West Road today, it's far, far better than before. If you go to East-West today, it's motorable. If you go to East-West, especially if you go from Warri to Port Harcourt, down there, you can ride your car smoothly. What somebody is moving, pushing around is not true. This is something that's far years behind. Yes, there was once, our road was bad, but not today. Today is motorable. So let us not be here and somebody come to circulate what is not true. Please, I would like you to disregard what they are circulating. It's not what is in Nigeria down there. It's not what is in Nigeria down there. So, we, the Ijaw people, we have come here for peace. We have come here for love. We have come here to make sure our dream is realized. And by God's grace, we will realize our dream. And we will go to our destination and we will achieve it by God's grace. In unity we stand. Thank you and God bless us.
Thank you so much, Mother. Thank you, ma'am. That was only the first set of awards that we were to give tonight. We wanted to make sure that we did not keep a lot of our dignitaries very late. But we have a few more, just a few more awards. And what we're going to do at this time, We're just going to request all these awardees to please step forward, and we will present the awards to them all at once in order to be able to compress our time. And we will invite the Chief of Staff of Bayelsa State to please step forward for him to present all these awards. Please, if you hear your name, step forward. First, Amaopu Sanibor Stephen Benstow, Ijaw New York, New Jersey community leader. Please step forward. Mr. Miabiye Kuramiema. Are you here? Please step forward quickly. Engineer A.B. Komonibo, our father, where are you? Put your hands together. Please step forward. Also step forward, Alabo Chief Amabo Makari. And please step forward, Mrs. Felicia Yengebi Akamade.
And the next award goes to our very own Dame, Madeline Taylor. Well deserving. Let's clear her picture. Let's let it back now. And on behalf of MIABA's award, we will let, is any of his representative here, friend? Okay, therefore we'll let our current leader in the EXCO take that award.
One more. Thank you for the surprise award. I appreciate it. But we would like to give on the final notes. We were not so sure if he was coming in. We kept it for last because we wanted to see him in person. But this award actually goes to His Excellency Senator Seriake Dixon, the former governor of Bayelsa State. If you, he's not here now, but someone please receive this on his behalf. Yes, please. Thank you, our brother Kentebe. Put your hands together for him. Thank you.
On behalf of the INC, the Americas, I present this Leadership Excellence Award for visionary leadership and pioneering change in the Ijaw Nation to you, Honorable Senator, His Excellency Seriake Dixon, former governor of Bayelsa State and current Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, being ably represented by Chief Denzel Amande Keme Kentebe. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Chief of Staff. Thank you. Please can we put our hands together for the Chief of Staff for assisting us. That should, for now, conclude the awards for this evening. Oh yeah, so money matters. I've got some money coming in. You know, my people say in Bubaraye, it's money matters. Okay, I have a donation from Edwin Berezi, $100 check, thank you. And Aswa is a woman, another $100 through Zelle. Thank you so much. Barrister Tammy, are you ready? Over to you.
Thank you so much. We will make this short and sweet. We are transitioning to the goodwill messages portion of our program. I have here a card of a gentleman that is interested in giving a goodwill message. We'll start with one and with a high table. I don't know if it's still here. His royalty, say Alabo Dr. Ayanate Kyo Atabilaye Dia III. I think he's left. Okay, no worries. Thank you for that. I will now start with our high table for goodwill messages. No? Anybody else? Yes. Thank you. Has been covered in its entirety by our mother of the day. We want to thank you guys for your time. Please do not leave. There's going to be dancing, but we must close off with prayer because we started with prayer. Are you here to assist us with the closing prayers?
We thank you for this time. We thank you for how far you have brought us, for yesterday, for today, and we thank you ahead for tomorrow. We pray, Lord, that when we leave this place, that you will take us all safely to our destinations, to our home, to our hotel rooms, wherever we are laying our head tonight, that you will be with us, your angels will watch over us, and you will wake us up safely in the morning. And Lord, when we come back here tomorrow for our Thanksgiving and for our elections, we ask that you take control, that everything will be done to your glory. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
You know, God answers prayers. The people of God say, Amen. That answered prayer, I have $200 cash in my hand. Anonymous donor. Please, put your hands together for that anonymous donor. This is prayers answered. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a wonderful evening. Let me, on behalf of all of us, Barrister Tammy, and I, and everyone who's been part of this program, thank you all for giving us this opportunity to work with you. We have done closing prayers, but dance, music day. This is the time we can shake body. DJ, oh yeah, shake body. Wait, I connect on this small. Anonymous donations through Zelle, $150. You see, answered prayers. Another anonymous donation, $150 through Zelle. See, God answers prayers. I told you that this money, we will make these projects. Please, while we are here, while we are dancing, if the spirit moves you, please donate some money. I'm here to collect. DJ, oh yeah, let's shake body.
Thank you.